Hey guys, what's going on? It's Green Zero here. That's right, back for another stream for you this week. There's been quite a few streams recently with the big influx of tournaments, and as you can see, of course, on the screen, this is going to be a CharlesMod event. Now, of course, I tend to steer well clear of the crazy fanatical CharlesMod, but I just felt like sitting back and just casting some games, and it will be a 2v2 with a big cash prize, so I thought I probably should at least cover it. I mean, it is CharlesMod, so it's not exactly got a lot of traction, but it should be fun to watch, and we can, of course, poke fun at the absolute ridiculousness of this mod, which is out there. It's been out for quite some time, and I did used to play it back in the day before it got too infuriating, but we're going to try to focus more on the game here for you today. A lot of people in the chat or in my Discord chat trying to convince me to join the event, but to be honest, they don't really need me to join this event. I mean, I'm looking at Command Post right now. They have 34 players checked in. 34 checked in. That's people who are here and ready to play. Their signups was obviously quite high, 51, but of course there's a ton that don't show. Which seemed to slip CGF's mind when he was trying to brag about it before. But yeah, getting a lot of people signing up. Another thing that's probably caused a lot of people to sign up is that it is a random teams event, so you can't actually pick your ally, and of course these guys have picked your ally for you basically. So yeah, you're not going to see Bike Rush and Master Leaf, the most boring team in history, or anything like that. It looks like everyone's on the Space VPN. Okay, apparently everyone's on Space VPN, so we're going to connect to that. I will bring up Command Post very shortly once we're ready to go. But in the meantime, we'll keep a tight eye on the chat. True Entertainment would have been worth it. Obviously, wanting me to team with Baggio there, that would have just been pure frustration, I think. But it is a crazy tournament. The thing is, it's got such a large cash prize for such a ridiculous tournament. So that's probably something to keep in mind as well. Just firing up my game. Let's have a look here. Connected. We are ready to go. Let's start the game. I'll bring up Command Post momentarily, and of course the vision here just as soon as I'm ready to rock and roll. I had, of course, forgot to. It's one of those things I'm not playing, so I forgot to fire up the actual game. That was a little bit silly. All right. So there's a lot of people in the lobby right now, including Bike Rush. Bike Rush is here, so we're going to switch. Let's get rid of. There we go. There we go. We'll get rid of that as well. Oh, that's for some reason there's an image there. Probably need to get rid of that. That was for test purposes, so I just obviously forgot about that. But yeah, this is going to be the CharlesMod, and we're gonna be watching some games very shortly in regards to this. But how you all doing? It's more of an American thing. G'day, mate. Some island called G-Day. No one probably gets half the things I say unless you're an actual Aussie. Pandos, give him some time. So as you can see, there is quite a few people in here. Bike Rush, Drive, myself, Panda, S2 Enzio. That's a name I haven't seen in a while. Lion Cubs here, Scorpio Ace, Center, Shock Up Space. 2 spaces, so he's obviously getting trolled a little bit there. But we'll bring up Command Post. Where we got a Command Post these days? Alright, no, don't want that. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's bring up Command Post. We'll just pop that to the side there. Whoa. Oh, that was wrong. We'll just slam that into the corner. Alright, so let's have a look at the sign-up list. We'll make sure this is all refreshed and ready to go. We'll have some games as soon as possible. I was a bit on edge about them releasing the teams earlier today because I'm like, there's no way all those people are going to rock up. So it just seemed a bit silly making the teams in advance. You might as well wait till players check in and then make the teams. In a tournament like this, it doesn't matter if it starts 15 minutes late. I mean, it's normal for that. I mean, a 1v1 event should start within 15 minutes of the start time. But they could have just waited for people to check in and then made the teams. Like, they could stop check-ins at like 2:30 or 2:45 or something like that. Although you guys are in GMT, so we're talking about 12 o'clock, 12:15, 12:30, etc., etc. But yeah, if we have a look here, there's going to be a bunch of people that are lesser known, mainly Russians. Carter's here, Lamas is here that I know. I've heard of Amarashi before. Blackhead's not here. Dune Tiger's not here. Future and Drive are here, of course. The Russians. Eclipse was talking in the Discord, but he hasn't signed, he hasn't checked in, so maybe he's not playing. We got Center as well. Firestorm hasn't checked in. Another Russian here. Okapoko, not too familiar with him. Space, Work around under Alabaster. Some other randoms. White Trash is there as well. He's going to be playing. Panda's here. Planned Eden. The Edenist is back. So Edenist is here. Dorito is here. And Desolator. Again, I'm skipping over a few names because I've just never heard of them before. Meerkat, I've seen that. Dagman05, I don't think that's the actual Dagman. Shock Trap at Scorp, which is Lion Cub, Commander, Bark Rash owns, and some other guys to round out. Oh no, actually still keeps going. Defective STO0 Extremizer. So we have 36 people. So this is going to have a round of 32. It's actually going to have a round of 48 for 2 teams. So 2 teams will play an extra round. They'll play a round of 48 before going to the round of 32. But actually, no, sorry, more teams than that would be, I believe, popped in there. Yeah, I think more, yeah, because obviously it'll have to slot them in. So just tournament mechanics, they're going to figure it out. But yeah, a couple of teams will be in a round of 48. But tournament description is not very effective. If we have a look here, it's not really laid out too well. Command posts. Blah, 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 blah. No quitting. No, yeah, but that's double elimination. I don't think it's going to be that because every time we see a double elimination tournament, Command Post just simply does not facilitate it. All factions may be played, including random. Cyclo 2v2 mixture. So first prize is $300. Second prize is $250. Third prize is $200. Fourth prize is $150. Wild card is 25 times 4. So 4 teams. So 2 teams best replay, 25 times $4. I think they split, I don't think they split that, so I think 4 people get 25, whereas clearly first prize would be split between the 2 players, so 150 each. Then you'd get, 125 each for second, 100 each for third, and 75 each for fourth, because if we add this up, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 50, 8, 59, 1,000, so yeah. That should just be 50 times 2, but split to the best team. So they've gone 25 times 4. So they've sort of jump conversions. Map pool, best of 3, 5, 7, 9. This could be a long tournament. Best of 3 rounds, best of 5 rounds. Looks like it's pre-selected. Yeah, it is. So if it's a best of 3, it has to be Forgotten Forest and Prophecies. And then Suburban... That's Suburban Arena. Far out. This guy did not... Yeah, this is not laid out too well. Anyway, we'll carry on. Best of 5 rounds, you got to play Asteroid, Battle City. I like that. Asteroid and Battle City, those could be real good. I like the fact that when they bring in those maps, which they're played a decent amount, but not a huge amount. But they're very good. I like these 2 maps. Tiberium Pantanus, I think that's a really broken one, but I'm sure. Arizona Sunshine. I thought that was a 3v3 map. Tournament Dust Bowl. I think he's misspelt some of the map names. That's obviously Downtown Dust Bowl. Loser bracket. I'm not going to go through their semi-final. Oh, that's going to be really awkward. I'm just going to let the players figure that out. So let's get rid of that. Oh. All right. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. Yeah, we do say that as well. Good morning from Colorado. Oh, that's nice. What time is it in America? Hey Google, what time is it in Colorado? Oh, someone's an early bird. See Russian tournament, some Russian text, which I can't be bothered translating. The only entertainment here is roasting 1.03. Well, Marsleaf is right. Maybe Marsleaf could get onto the stream at some point and we can rip it apart together with his unstable mind. I miss tournaments where it was all or nothing on first place. Yeah, I remember back in the day when I hosted tournaments, first prize was significantly higher than the rest. You'd get something for second, third, but first was really notably higher. In the World Championship, we had a $1,000 prize and 700 went to first place. So you can see that the massive amount that was pushed onto to first place there. Now, before you guys ask, there is a very brief delay on the stream, so it's not as much as if I was going to play, which I usually play at about 90 seconds. I have toned it down to 45, so it's only 45 seconds. Now, we have to do this because we know that pretty much everyone who's in the tournament is on my stream. So if there was no delay, they would simply just be listening to what I'm saying and it would just give it away. So a 45-second delay isn't huge, but it's enough that by the time I say something about something, it's probably too late for the other people to do anything about it. And it just means that you won't wreck the tournament. Again, yeah, I'm not playing because it's CharlesMod. I hate CharlesMod. It's too crazy and weird, and it just wrecks you 1.02 play. I still obviously want to stick tight to 1.02 plus. Google cheater, yeah. I could have just looked it up online, but I was like, I'm just going to ask Google. It comes in handy sometimes when you're just kind of sitting here and you just need some brief information. It's quite good. It looks like I'm being smurfed. Someone's smurfing me, unfortunately, so... We'll just sit in the game. The problem is with the network names, you can actually change your name to something else, so you can be smurfed as someone. It's interesting, I actually had no input in this tournament. I've got nothing to do with this event, and I didn't take part in any type of ranking or anything like that, so there's a bit of smack going on. 14.5 yeah, if you're in Europe, you got peak time frame. It's either 12 o'clock in the middle of the day, and it's a Saturday. Normally it's a Sunday, but Saturday. And of course, if you're anywhere else in Europe, you're like plus minus 1-2 hours either side. You got the best time zone, and you can't complain about that. Marsleaf has a point. He does have a point. The whole 250 versus 300 isn't, but yeah, that's he's got a point there, because it's like when you get to the grand final, it's like, well, I've won $250. Well, I'm going to win 50 more, which is nice, but it's just not enough. It's not enough to. Yeah, I think if you're having $1,000 event, you should put, and it's a 2v2, you should put 600 to the winners, because that's 300 each, and then 200 to the losers. That's 100 each. That would be way better. That would be way better. Make third place way cheaper as well. Third place just needs to be a supplementary prize. Feels like a commie tournament. What time is it now? So it is, we're 10 minutes into the event. We'll give it a quick refresh. They're up to 37 plays, which means there is an odd number of plays. Brackets have yet to be generated. But yeah, 37 players checked in. Let's have a look at the Discord. So I was going to have Charles on for a pre-game interview or a pre-tournament interview, which is why I set the stream to start 15 minutes prior to the tournament. But Charles, for some reason, forgot to mention that he wasn't going to be around then, even though I arranged this in advance. And now I got a message from him. He'll be here soon, so we're expecting the tournament to start late anyway. Maybe we'll get CharlesMod on, Charles Warmonk on, who, of course, dictates the CharlesMod. Making it pretty crazy. GZ, while you wait, you should comment on the skill ratings that have been given to each player. This is something that we did in the World Championship, because we knew that we only had space for 64 people, and we knew straight away, well, we're going to get like heaps. We actually got over 90 signups for the World Championship in 2014. Now, thankfully, when we actually played the tournament, obviously some people didn't show up, and we managed to squeeze in 64 players exact. So everyone who rocked up did get to play, and of course you have a couple of people who bail halfway through the tournament. But for the best part, 64 people started, and about I think about only 10 or something dropped out. So most people finished. But we did have a skill rating, and we had to have a skill rating for a few reasons. We didn't want to stack all the good players into 2 or 3 groups. We wanted to spread them out across all 8 groups. That way, and that's how we had such a phenomenal round of 24. We had 24 players, and I think there's only 2 players in the top 24 that were pretty mid. Everyone else was either super good or pro, and that's why it was so good, because we spread the professionals out. And we basically gave we had 8 groups, so we gave 8 players a number 1 ranking. Then we gave the next 8 best players a number 2 ranking, and the next 8 best players a number 3 ranking. And then we randomly seeded a number 1 into each group, a number 2 into each group, and a number 3 into each group. So each group had a rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3 player. So someone wanted me to do a skill ranking, so I'll bring back command post for this purpose. All right, let's have a look. So we have 37 players. So Amarashi, I think he's Russian, maybe he's not. I've seen him around. If we rank people 1 to 5, 1 being best, 5 being worst, probably just give him a 4. I guess I don't really know much about him. Judge Power, not much about him anyway. 4 or 5. Lamas, maybe a 3. Bart Jones, 4 or 5, don't know. Karth, 4 or 5, maybe 4, maybe 3. Nah, 4. Futurama, obviously a 1. Drive, obviously a 1. Center, obviously a 1. Dimmy, probably 3. He's mid at best. Oko Poco, 4 or 5. Space, probably a 2 or a 3. Workaround, a 2 or a 3 as well. Aweg, 5, I guess, 4 or 5. White Trash, maybe a 4, possibly a 3. Alex, never heard of him, 4 or 5. Jason, 4 or 5. Panda, in a 2v2, I guess 3, possibly 2. If it's a 1v1, he's definitely a 3. 2v2, maybe 2. Plant Eden, 3 or 4. He's not really that crash hot anymore. Ice, never heard of him, 4 or 5. Dorito, 3 or 4. Rodcom, never heard of him, 4 or 5. Desolator Troop, 3, maybe 4. Lucky DK, never heard of him, 4 or 5. 4 or 5 for Landy Medic, 4 or 5 for Meerkat. Dagman, 4 or 5. Shock Trumpet, 1 or 2. Lion Cub, probably a solid 2. Commander, 4 or 5. Giant Dun, probably 4 or 5. Bike Rush, 1, obviously. Never heard of this guy. Best, 4 or 5. Lumus, 3. These last couple of guys, these 2 guys here, probably 4 or 5. S2 Enzio, if he's in shape, 3, but probably 4. Extremize is actually really good in 2v2, so 2. If it was a 1v1 tournament, I'd say 3, but yeah, 2 in this case. But yeah, that's just a very brief rundown of what I'd say. If we just pick out the absolute cream of the crop, you've obviously got Futurama and Drive here. You've got Senna. You've got, let's go down further. There's actually not a lot of pros in here as well. Shock Trepid, I guess. I mean, Shock Trepid he's just been so lackluster lately. He's been such a good player in the past as well. Bike Rush, of course. There's only actually a couple of pros that signed up. Obviously, I'm not here. Leaf's not here. You haven't got any surprise Nash or anything like that. It's a 2v2 event, no Tipsy or One Vision. So yeah, they're nowhere to be found here. Anyway, it's the $1,000 event. I mean, it's, yeah. If I was in the tournament, of course I'd be a 1, even if it's a 2v2 event. And that's the thing about 2v2 and 1v1, like, they are completely different games. Now, obviously my skill will, and this is the same with all 1v1 pros, your skill transfers across to 2v2, but it's a different ball game. You can have 2 players who are mid or decent, who would obviously not stand a chance versus you in 1v1, but in a 2v2 team situation, they have played that a lot more. They work better as a team, they can overrun people, and that's why you see teams do really well that shouldn't otherwise do well in a single situation. That's what makes a 2v2 pretty good in a lot of situations. But no brackets, actually. I need to find out who's in charge. We'll message Reg. So we're 15 minutes beyond the start time. So and considering that pretty much everyone who's checked in has checked in, we should be seeing these teams come up. They can't take too long because it's going to be a long tournament. I mean, you've got a round of 48. A round of 48. It's been a long time since I've seen a round of 48 in a tournament. I remember it has been such a huge time. When was the last time you saw 48 players in a tour, or a round of 48? Probably not since the World Championship. That I was thinking about doing like a behind the scenes video, because I do have of course all the background behind that, all the behind the scenes, all the artwork, all the documents, all the folders, all the organizational and planning and stuff. That was a big event. That's so we'll never be able to repeat that. And I knew as soon as we finished that tournament, we're never going to be able to repeat that. That was just massive. That was just nuts. Jeezy must be drunk to say you're good. Who was I talking about then? Extremizer? No. Extremizer. Maybe it was I get Extremizer and Workaround confused sometimes. I think Workaround's the one who's quite good. I think Extremizer probably sit on a 3. In 2v2, I think he's capable. But in a 1v1 situation, obviously, he doesn't really play a lot of 1v1 because I think he's just going to be outgunned. But yeah, I think I probably got him confused with Workaround there. Workaround in a 2v2 situation is, yeah, he's pretty capable. I've seen him work some people over. But yeah, I don't want to have you guys sitting too long on this type of screen here now. Stream started half an hour ago. I've been talking about 15 minutes. So if you got anything in the chat you want to ask, I can ask that for you. We have 57 people watching the stream right now. So that's nice. Me and Leaf should be a team. No, I think the goal behind the tournament is that they're going to pair the professional players with the worst people they can find. I just don't want to play this tournament. I just want to sit back and watch. I just need to chill and sit back and watch an event and just see how it goes. It's something I want to do, some more commentary, some more casting and stuff like that. I had some more videos lined up. I just haven't released them yet. But yeah, just take the pressure off. Don't want to play in this event. What happens if you got out of sync error? Really hard to decide based on event percentage. If you get out of sync, most of the time an out of sync is just a replay, unless one player agrees that they're basically dead. You can of course have someone review the footage, and if it's like, well, it's impossible to win. If it's like 90%, 10%, then it's one. We did have that desync with Space, and the thing about the Space desync, I was like, in that game, I was like, all right, he's got Firehawk, so I'm in a bit of a tricky spot, but by no means is the game over. Space had lost Harvesters. He only had a handful of APCs, and he just popped his Reclamator hub down when the desync happened, so he was in absolutely no condition to defeat me. And yeah, when I actually went back and watched the replay just to see if Space was like, he had anything in reserve, but no, he had nothing. He had 4 Hawks and a couple of APCs and not a lot of money, and I had, you know, basically the whole map, or map control at least. And my plan at that point was to pop a foundry down, spam infantry, and just build buildings everywhere, and keep him contained to 2 base. So yeah, there's absolutely no way Space could ever claim a victory in that game. Hands down, Panda made the right choice there. Like, yes, it's unfortunate. Space obviously believed he was in a better situation than he was, and it's easy to believe that because I practice with Space quite a bit, and he would always quit the game as soon as I built Firehawks and bombed his tech when he was Scrin. As soon as I went Fasthawks and bombed his tech, he would just quit. And I'm just like, what are you doing? And he's like, I just don't want to play without the tech. And I'm like, and he did that like 3 games in a row, well, not in a row, but 3 games in one session. And I'm just like, you can't just quit because you lose your tech center. Like, yeah, fast Firehawks is good, but I'm like the best in the world at it. And there's other stuff you can do. You know, you can just spam tier 1. You've got total map control. I've got like bugger all ground army when I fast Hawk. You know, I'm basically sitting in my base and striking you with my Hawks, hoping, not really hoping you make bad decisions, but hoping you try to keep rebuilding the tech and saving your money. But in reality, you should, if your tech's been bombed and you have 0 AA, it's like, don't bother rebuilding your tech straight away, because, you know, this is just going to get bombed again. Just pump production or a foundry, or eco. We need an Aussie 1v1 champ. I'm a 1v1 champ. Who's your best mate in the Kane's Wrath community? How's life in the Empire? We're part of the Commonwealth, so I guess we are part of the Empire. Wait, someone had another question. Who's my best mate in the Kane's Wrath community? Well, it changes over time. So if you go way back to the beginning, probably Gromage. Spent a lot of time with Gromage. And of course, Kimasabi. Kimasabi is such a basket case. Like, he just one day, like we played games, we played like hundreds of games together. We just Skyped each other. Even when we weren't playing the game, we just Skyped each other, and we played other games together. And we talked about shit, and we were like, we would have been mates in real life. Spent a lot of time together. And then one day, he just turned around and goes, I'm joining game replays, so you're banned, GZ, and just join the dark side. He just turned on everyone. He turned on all of his friends. He banned all of his friends because obviously they backed me up. He banned like Nash. He banned Death Sentence because obviously Death was with me, and I'm just like, this is nuts. He just completely exploded, and within about the space of 3 or 4 months, he just completely vanished from the community because no one would play with him. He just wiped out all his friends, and then he was kind of realized there was no one left to play or help him, and yeah, he just left. And I'm like, it was so bad. There was no explanation. I assumed that he sort of crossed over, and a couple of players have done this where they reach a certain age and they cross over. I think I've surpassed that barrier luckily, and I've still been okay because there's plenty of players that are older than me that are still fine. So, but yeah, some players will hit a barrier where they're just like, nah, now I have to turn my attention to power and control instead of community and sportsmanship and stuff like that. Anyway, I want this tournament to start because I want to start casting. I don't want to sit here talking. They have 38 people checked in. They need to get this tournament underway. I'm not sure who's in charge. Judge Power is in charge. 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, look, guys, look, I thought it would have started by now, but there's going to be another bit of a delay here. CGF saying 5 to 10 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick break. So just chill out, stay with the stream. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a short break, maybe 5 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, but I will be coming straight back. We have CharlesMod 2v2 $1,000 cash prize tournament coming up very shortly. Alright guys, welcome back. We are trying to get the one and only, oh that's the wrong button, isn't it? We're trying to get the one and only Charles Warmonk in here. We're going to give him a quick call now and see if he picks up the phone. Hey!
Ready for some CharlesMod?
CharlesMod, there he is. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has. You've been kind of, under alts and getting banned and shit, It's hard to find you.
Banned? When did I get banned?
Oh, I don't know.
You just got me confused with someone else, mate, yeah.
Yeah, probably Cold Hunter.
Yes, probably not me. But, yeah, you got home late.
Yeah, I honestly, when he's told me Saturday, I thought he meant like Saturday after my work, not Saturday midnight. I was like, shit.
I don't
So
know.
I was expecting to come off early tomorrow to make it in time for the tournament, but I came in. It was today, so I needed to take today off an hour early. So
I can't believe
slipped my mind.
they keep having these tournaments now on Saturday. It's so awkward for me as well. Like, have it on a Sunday. You definitely have a lot more success. It's where most people are going to be available.
You know, I told CGF that, and the only reason why we don't do it on Sunday is almost every single Russian doesn't want to do it on Sunday.
Every single
Like
Russian.
every single one. And so that just like cuts out like half our players if we do it on Sunday, and I'm like, well, shit.
I don't know what Russians
Because
are
I'd
doing.
much rather have Sunday too, because I work Wednesday through Saturday, so Sunday's my off day.
So we're gonna try to get this tournament underway. I didn't actually finish answering the rest of that question that someone had about my best mate in Kane's Wrath, because after Kibasabi self-destructed, I guess it would have moved on to Bike Rush, because me and Bike Rush were nemesis, and then we of course teamed up to host a bunch of tournaments, and everything turned out pretty cool. But yeah, I don't think after that there was anyone I was particularly close to. Obviously CGF, but he's just like, it's just like having a friend who's a brick wall. Like he doesn't ever respond or anything like that.
Oh, you're gonna do Dune Tiger like that, huh?
No, Dune. I don't think there's no real like thing with me and Dune. Like Dune's alright. I want him to go pro, but we don't cross paths that much. We never even cross paths that much. Like before, we had a bunch of play sessions and stuff like that. He's gotten pretty good now. Fix the game mode. How old is GZ? I'm 33. That's why I was like considering retiring. I'm like, am I just getting to the age where I can't micro anymore? But I watched the stream back and my FPV back, and I'm like, it's so quick. And I'm like comparing it to streams years ago, and I'm like, it's just as fast. Like, what's going on? I just have trouble with control. I don't know what's going on. But Charles, you're obviously the expert at CharlesMod, although saying your name and expert in the same sentence is a little bit damning. But obviously, there's going to be a bit of a troll tournament here, and even though you're obviously the last person that should be considering balance, since you're mid at best, can you tell us what is some of the most broken things we'll see in this patch?
So are you talking about broken in terms of meta builds or broken in terms of actually broken?
Like actual completely broken units or combos that simply are just way ridiculously overpowered and it's going to dominate the game or can't be stopped.
So there's three combinations we're seeing that are primarily winning games. A majority of them are GDI. Like right now, every single person who plays the mod says GDI feels like just the most solid faction, since what we did with almost every unit in every basically composition of units is we made them all viable. If something was too strong, like the Hammerhead was just moving shit out of the game, we lowered that down, but we also buffed the Grenader and Sniper to replace it. So it gives a lot more like diversity to like infantry counters. But as you could guess, GDI benefited the most from that because they had the most tools to begin with. Now that all the tools work, they have a lot more mix-ups than the other factions at the moment.
Yeah, I think because they've turned the game primarily into a Q move, GDI being the most robust faction is benefiting from that because their units simply have the most armor and they can Q move better than any of the other factions. Last I played CharlesMod, the Hammerhead was just a flying trash can, so have they done anything about that?
Actually, yeah, we have. We gave it a slight armor, and it doesn't affect anything except versus infantry. So all the shots are the same to kill with all the anti-air, bikes, buggies, all the same. But versus infantry, it takes a bit longer, because what was going on is the infantry rocket speed that we changed with all the, all the rockets in the game go 50% faster. That was a little bit less time for the Hammerhead to deal damage before the infantry shot. So to accommodate that, we just gave him like 3 or 4% armor buff, and it just solved the issue.
Infantry is definitely significantly more viable for factions such as GDI. Like, in general, if you're going to make a patch, like, there was infantry that needed addressing. Like, infantry was good, but in 1.02 plus, but GDI's got the raw end of the stick, I think, in terms of infantry. And of course, you've got things like mock infantry and some of the screen infantry, which like shock troopers and ravagers and enlightened and awakened and stuff, and tip troopers that really needed to be fixed up to bring them more in line. So
oh yeah, absolutely. The tip troopers saw a lot of reworks over the patch. Like one time it was just too much splash, one time it was just too much damage, one time the armor was broken. As you guys know, in R15 I believe it was, the armor value was just bugger all. It just got completely, it took 100% damage to everything, which made it inviable, and people just stopped using it for a long time. Then once the armor values got fixed, it's like, hey, this unit's actually pretty fucking strong. And we kind of touched it up a bit more on 1.03 as well. Getting to like more of Nod now. Like Nod we had a lot of redesigned issues with, because things getting more tools like GDI with their snipers and grenadiers, we were wondering, well, what the hell is Nod going to be doing with all these anti-infantry options? Because Nod's, backbone is infantry. And then we also had another issue we came across where the obvious term that we called it God Scorp, because it was pretty much Nod's be-all, end-all unit. It was their infantry killer, it was their, base trader, it was their tripod killer. Almost everybody just spammed tripods every game. Or not tripods, scorpions every game. So
yeah.
The reason why a lot of people ask, the reason why the Scorp went from 800 to 900 was to address their Q moving into infantry to kill it. Because at one point, no matter how much we buff the shocks, no matter how much we buff not infantry, no matter how much we got distance, if they were just crushed moved by scorpions, Nod would never see mix-ups. It would always be Scorp spam into buggies, into avatars.
The thing about the mod here is, and what you would do in normally a 1.03 patch is that a unit like this, the Scorpion tank in 1.02 plus, the Scorpion tank is generally considered to be a very well balanced unit. So a well balanced unit has been taken and modified and broken. And the thing is like you've got a Scorpion tank which now completely outclasses the Predator even, and so you've got to mod the Predator, and then of course lasers is outclassing railguns, and it's just the thing that I don't understand is that, and the thing is why I call it a mod is because it's not a transition from 1.02 to 1.03, it's a complete redesign from the ground up and a complete rework of the game. But yeah, there's a lot of units that were touched, like bikes and stuff like that. I don't know why these units were touched. They were perfectly fine in 1.02 plus, so he should have just gone after the things that needed addressing instead of redesigning the game from the ground up. So
the reason why we chose more of a redesign approach rather than a, because we didn't want R17. Wasn't the plan.
Never he's made that clear, hasn't he? Dude,
the rename was purposely done to say, hey, this isn't R16 modified. This is 1.3.
Oh, no.
This is completely different.
If you're going to
you know how we went from 1.02 and then R16 variants? This is 1.3. This is a complete jump, skip. Just like 1.0 was a complete jump, skip, just like 1.1.
No,
this is 1.3.
What you've got here is like from 1.0 to 1.02, like these are balance patches. 1.02 plus was mainly a bug fixer, and there are obviously a few subtle changes, nothing too, mainly quality of life changes, not really balance changes. So it's trying to keep in line with that. But when you went from 1.02, if you're going 1.02 to 1.03, you're not transitioning from 1.02 to 1.03. You're taking 1.02, you're completely erasing everything and rebuilding way back at a 1.0. You're not transitioning from 1.02 to 1.03. You're not looking at 1.02 and go, oh, what needs to be addressed here? We need to tone down epic units, we need to fix some of the infantry and do this and that. But what you've done is like, no, everything's completely trashed. We've redesigned everything, repriced everything, given units to other factions that don't belong. It's just a complete out of whack. You've gone from like 1.02 to like 1.10. You just bypassed like 7 patches. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, well, I could see how that could be, interpreted that way. It's just perspective.
Dude, how many updates has the patch got right now?
Whew, all right, let me get that number for you.
I think it's like 130.
No,
over how many years?
162.
162. And how long have you been working on the mod for?
Well, that depends on here, let me scroll.
18 months?
Because at one point, we only had like 7 players. Obviously,
I'm gonna say you've been
mod
working.
the quote unquote mod was created in 2018.
2000. So for 3 years, 160 updates over 3 years, which apparently to you guys is 1.03, but has 160 updates. This is a mod. You need to sit there right now and tell everybody live on the stream, this is a mod. Say it right now.
It's not a mod.
It's a mod. It's clearly a mod. It's been
How would you define a mod? What is the difference between a mod and a balance patch?
A balance patch would have been made and tested and released, but you've made 160 versions over 3 years.
We're testing it and we're updating it. Like, what do you mean?
What? You're just so far gone. You're so far gone. Like, everyone in the chat is just like, what the hell is Charles doing? Like, this is why you never balance CharlesMod, because it goes from one crazy thing to another, and eventually you circle back around and you start repeating previous versions over and over again. So you never balance it, not without any pros. I was talking to Master Leaf and I was like, if you want a real 1.03, you get Master Leaf, Bike Rush, myself, and the 3 of us have to agree universally on each change. So all 3 players must agree. And you've got the 3 best players in the world, a GDI, a screen, and a nod. And that's how you would get a balance patch out. And it would just be a balance patch from 1.02. We wouldn't touch units that didn't need to be touched. We'd only fix up the things that were clearly needed attention, like Seeker gun armor, Ravagers, Shock Troopers, packs. For GDI, you'd fix the turn rate on the Mammoth.
So I have a question for you then, GZ.
Yeah.
You've been along for the community way longer than myself. Why haven't you done it?
Done what?
What you just said. Why don't you get together with Bike and Leaf and create a balance patch?
Well, CGF won't do it. He's the only one who can do it at the moment.
CGF has stated many times, and even Panda got changes when he put a poll up that got like 50 people. You're telling me you, Leaf, and Bike can't get together and just make a poll?
No, polls are a waste of time.
Or just make a discussion?
That's the thing. That's what you don't get. Your polls are a waste of time, because all a poll is going to do is pull in all the people who don't know what they're doing.
Okay, even if it's not poll, 3 top players, as you said.
Oh my god!
I bet you, you can't get both of them to agree on one change you suggest.
Oh yeah, they will. Like, I've spoken to Bike Rush and Leaf, and there's stuff that we're in universal agreement on, and it's just like. And
go ahead and name a few.
Master Leaf has been talking about making a launcher, making his own version of the patch, and I'm like, dude, let's just make, like, obviously because 1.03 has been beaten to death like a dead horse, let's just make a 1.04. Let's just make a 1.04 and develop it, release it, and if it needs a 1.05, so be it. We'll just carry on with the regular patching. God damn, my command post is just resetting over and over again. What is CGF doing?
Have you installed the most recent version of Command Post? Like, you seem to have a lot of problems with that. It sounds like old version issues.
No, I've got the most recent version and everything, but every time it's closing down, every time I reopen it, it's got an app update that it does, and then it closes back down again. Like,
I've never had that problem. Like, I've had that problem, but that issue was, I would say, almost 7 months ago. That's why I'm asking, is that an old version of Command Post?
Well, we're 40 minutes into this tournament, and we still haven't got anything. So
one thing I do want to say is I'm not running this tournament. I have the patch, obviously, but CGF and Judge Power are running it. I knew I was going to be late, so they're running the show. Otherwise, I'd give you guys an ETA on it, but you guys know as much as
I can't even get Command Post to reopen now. It's just closed, and every time I reopen it, it's just like, hey, I got to re-update again. CGF's trying to fix something while it's here. Oh no, it updated the 4th time I opened it for some reason. There. It looks like everyone was kicked off the VPN. Oh, now the VPN's not working. What is he doing? He always does this. He always does this. He always tries to... he says everything works fine, and then he waits till the tournament start, and then he's like, oh, I haven't tested anything.
What, did you say something about testing something?
Wow, I can't even do that. I'm gonna have to exit the game. What a joke. Oh, we got brackets finally. Finally start watching something. .03 was not your idea, Leaf. What the fuck? I don't know. The thing about Leaf, like, you know... Oh, goddamn.
Some days he'll just be on point, both on discussion as well as gameplay.
He just keeps...
He just won't.
He goes out there and he says things which he 100% knows are fake, but he just keeps saying it, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, it's so frustrating. You think someone with his caliber and his mindset would be, you know, would be on point. Yeah, he'd say things which were true and realistic, but no, he goes out there and he's well aware of what he's saying is wrong, but he says it anyway.
Yeah, like I said, Leaf is the most, how do I say it, polarizing player in the game. Either he's playing like a god, or he's just bad.
Oh god, I'm having so much trouble with this now. I'm gonna have to restart my whole computer, man. Like, CGF's done something, like he's pushed through an update on my PC, on this one here, and I can't reconnect to the server now.
I don't have any problems. It sounds like a GZ mod problem.
No, disconnected. Connection was aborted by the host machine. Well done, CGF.
I blame CharlesMod.
I'm gonna have to reset my PC. It's the only thing that's gonna fix this, I reckon. That means the stream's gonna go down and heaps of people are gonna bugger off. Well, this has got the... Oh, what a joke. No, I'm gonna have to restart the PC. I'll restart the stream. We should be back. I wonder how many viewers we lost then. Alright, we should be back online. Yeah, plummeted. Yeah, we lost everyone. It resets everyone. Yeah. Hopefully that comes back up. Chat can't connect to VPN. Looks like we're going to Drives game. So the brackets are up, but we're gonna wait and see. It looks like they've created the teams, but no one's obviously playing or anything like that. We'll get the scoreboard going. If there's anything wrong with the stream, just type it into the chat. Keep an eye on it. Who was his ally? AWEG1. Alright, that's the name of the guy. They're going to do a bracket update surely, but the bracket's going to be a mess, so... AWEG1. Okay, that's actually his name. They'll be playing Jake and Carth. But I do apologize about that. They had to reset my machine because someone decided to force through an update that would break everything. How do you spell this dude's name? Carth. Carth Axis. Alright, we will get underway momentarily. Green GDI and Trav. Oh god, that's annoying. And what do we got here? So we got, which one's which? Which one's white trash? Cartha Zocom. People playing under like a jillion Smurfs. Oh, fucking hell, he's been a dickhead. So we got yellow and purple mock. Don't worry guys, just hold tight. Alright, everything should be okay now. Alright, we're actually ready to get into our game, and it's only been 55 minutes since the tournament started. Look, we'll do the bracket. Look, you guys don't want to see the bracket. It's all completely random as hell. You can go to command post if you want to. We'll look at it between series, but I just want to get in and cast some games. So I probably should have made sure everything on the stream was hunky-dory. Yeah, 1 hour later, still no games. Alright, everything looks good. Alright, so on the right side, playing as Marked of Cain, we have Jake Whitetrash, and he will be here with his ally, who I've already forgotten, Karth. Karthaxis. We're going to call him Karth. And over here, we're going to see Aweg1 playing as Trabra with Drive Rush and the man of the hour. He just won the last 1v1 tournament, unfortunately defeating me. He will be the green GDI, and we are on the Forest, which is probably forgotten, but it can't really be forgotten if people play on it every freaking day. It's one of the maps. Like, look, I don't mind playing on Forest every now and then, but when you have Forest, which is just milk so hard all day and all night, you do get tired of it. We're going to squat up here. Aweg1 obviously is going to be the noob on the left-hand side, and I mean, Karth and Whitetrash are probably pretty similar on the right side. Actually get the Scout. There you go. That's interesting. I thought he would be able to clean that up. He runs directly across the tip field, causing some hull damage there. Beacons come down. Jake Whitetrash playing under a Smurf, I believe. At least I think it's Jake White. That's what it says in the bracket. So he says that's what it is, and I really have stopped caring at this point in time. So yeah, no one's doing any rushing here. Nothing fancy. Oh, this is CharlesMod, by the way. So in case you hadn't already figured that out, even though we've been screaming it out loud. So you're going to see some crazy and some wacky stuff here. Refs, I believe, are still dirt cheap. So you can just spam economy. And harassing harvesters, the last time I played this, was absolutely pointless. You might as well just build the baller army and Q move your way to victory. Whoever's got the best Q move tends to win. Karth only on his 3rd harvest. This is going to be hard to commentate, actually, because I realized that all the economy is going to be out of whack. But we'll do our best. Drive, of course, has 5 harvesters up. He's going to go for a Pitbull Scout. Let's check the vision, actually. So the team on the left side cannot see much at all. Oh no, they can see a little bit. There you go, there's their full vision. Looking to clear the fog up the top. On the other side, plenty of vision of the enemy base here from our right-hand side team. So I'll have to see how they go here. Karth has his 5th harvester out now. Jake Whitetrash sitting with 5 as well. Already expansion. Karth has a refinery down, but so does Aweg. Taking that garrison battle markers here. It's just going to be that Pitbull making his presence known. Not really going to lose a harvester to that. Pretty much not possible. Blue Tib is now at the point where it is probably worthwhile trying to get a harvester down there. Drive Russian not attempting to leech that. He's going to sit back at his base. Go for the green Tiberium there. Battle markers over there. Gunwalkers there. Predator tank comes out now, so it looks like the team, look, this is a lot of harvesters, by the way. 2 more harvesters are just rallied to the bottom of the map, and he's still got 5 on the main, so he's rallying down more of these harvesters. War Factory comes down now. Jake White does have some units here. He will find a buzzer. They'll take that out. Aweg beacons out, of course. Drive is almost certainly whether they were already there, since he was already responding down here. A couple of harvesters lining up, cluttered together. Game's running pretty well right now, so that's always nice. That one Predator tank doesn't want to go too far. Battle marker in the top right-hand side spots the airfield here. These are actually Zorkers, by the way. So they're not going to be the regular Orcas, so you can still dodge them, of course. Still relatively easy to dodge. 2 Predator tanks will be coming in here. They will get a buggy. And actually another Predator tank. So these Predator tanks are really annoying. They're just all sort of scattered around, which is actually perfectly fine because there are only a handful of bikes here. I'm pretty sure at one point in time, and I'm pretty sure they reverted it, they actually made bikes take 3 hits to kill instead of 2, which means it was just bikes all day, every day, Hyundai. For some reason, like they didn't learn, like they thought that was going to be a good idea. It's like Siege is just like, you know, I wonder what would happen if I turned bikes into tanks. Well, that's your answer. It looks like Whitetrash going to try to go for the blue tip. Beacons like crazy here. What's happening over here? Probably maybe worried about the Zorkers that are flying around. No Ceramicama. I believe Ceramicama has been shifted to tier 3. for some reason as well. Like, just take away Zocom's best upgrade. Again, there's a lot of things that don't make a lot of sense here. Aweg just chilling. He's got some dev tanks here. He's got some dev tanks as Traveler. We may have accidentally installed something even more crazy than CharlesMod, because Traveler is now deploying dev tanks. Looks like White Trash has forgotten about his bikes, but there's no AP ammo, so he can pretty much just drive out of there. He lost like one bike. APCs, I can still see there. Are they still super fast? Looks like he's slowed them down a bit now. Yeah, they used to drive at like 6,000 kilometers an hour for some reason, and I'm like, so like Traveler just couldn't ever win any game at all in history. This army actually belongs to Karth here. Pred APC, APM is now completed. APMO not quite done there. Got scanner packs. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe he meant to go for... I think he meant to go for APMO because he doesn't have any units that he's going for APMO now, so he may have accidentally upgraded the wrong upgrade there. Jake White's going to have to fight this by himself. He's going to have to fight this by himself. Beacon's over there, but we'll keep an eye on him. There's a beacon back there. I'm not sure what those beacons are for. They're distracting me from the real fight, which is over here. Jake White Trash has Scorpion tanks and Venoms, but looks like the fight never really materializes there. Looks like they just back off before there's a full engage. He does have ceramic armor by the looks of it, yeah, but he will get out. So he's got full upgrades. Wait, what? Is that hard points? What? What? Oh my god. This has become... I thought, oh yeah, this will be a joke tournament, but it's actually a troll tournament. So apparently they have hard points now, so they're going to be pretty much unstoppable. There's a reason why they don't have hard points. Obviously CGF didn't get the memo. Going to be a big fight down here. It's interesting because there is a Zocom army here which doesn't get railgun, so that one Mammoth tank is just for tanking purposes. And here's where we see the Q move coming in. It's just going to be large armies smashing against each other, and he fires in. Definitely those grenades have definitely been sped up from the Zorkus, and Drive just gets crunched. He gets crunched. Something's happening back here. It's actually nothing. I'm not sure why there was even a battle marker there. But as you can see, yeah, Jake White moving forward. Drive's having to fight this solo. I mean, Aweg's finally doing something. They're going to take that down. More battle markers over there. Something's happening over there. Maybe. No, he's just selling off structures. I should not be deviating away from the fight, but those battle markers are popping up everywhere. Temple Wormhole comes down. They should be able to hold it now. Prodigy gets sniped by something. I'm not sure what killed that. It just evaporated. Were there sniper teams over? Yeah, there's actually a sniper team there. Normally it takes about 6 rounds to kill one of them, but obviously he's changed that. Magmine's coming down, but yeah, the main fight is going to be here. 3 unupgraded Mammoth tanks, so Mammoth tanks and Zone Raider squads fighting on the front line. Zorkas are coming back with their hard points now, and again, they're just moving with impurity because they have ceramic armor and hard points, so their damage output is nuts, especially since he's sped up the rocket speed even faster. It makes them borderline... it just makes them nightmare mode there. And he's actually going to overrun this base head area with just these Mammoth tanks and Zone Troopers. He has fully upgraded Zone Troopers, so he has them on the deck there. A little bit of glitching coming on now. That can happen sometimes when people spam the Q move order because it puts a lot of stress on their PC. And they have some older PCs here, which shouldn't really be a thing in 2021, but you'd be surprised what people try to play these games on. And yeah, these guys, I think Drive is actually going to fall here. White Trash and Karth actually, I think will probably be a decent team, just because while neither of them are particularly good, together they make a solid wall. And I think that's what will probably lead them to victory in this series. And I mean, if they can beat Drive, and obviously his allies are particularly good, but it could set them up for a good victory in this tournament. Like, obviously I'm calling it a little bit too early. Actually taking... Where'd those engineers come from? He's got a... I was not even paying attention. They're obviously there from somewhere, and they've completely won this fight now. They're just trying to... They're sort of standing here, not too organized, trying to reorganize themselves. A lot of Awaken squad coming up there. But Drive is selling out. Oh, I see he's selling out. Oh, he gets the knife and he just shanks Aweg in the back. He's like, hey, you want to keep fighting? Nah, stabby, stabby. So obviously Aweg surrendered as well, but so it wasn't too bad, but still selling out is generally seen as probably one of the worst things you can do, just denying your ally any chance at victory. Look at that, Karth got a ton of money. White Trash a little bit less. What can I say? I mean, Karth and White Trash are just, they're both, again, not particularly special, but they make a solid wall. That could be, and we're going to do prophecies here. I've not seen this map. It looks like it's spent about 20 minutes in the world builder, judging by the judging by the thumbnail here. Stream is still fine, no lag here. All right, let's give that one to the guys on the right. Karth Access, Jake. Why did I spell their names right? Yes, I did. Oh, GDI. So Karth is going to switch Steel Talons. And that's going to be the only change, I believe. Apparently they're not sure if Aurelian is actually White Trash. There's an easy way to find out. Oh no, that's him. Yeah, it's him. So we have Steel Talon change up. We'll fix that one for us now. Once I have the scoreboard done once, super easy to modify. You just flick it around like that. So there you go. This is a best of 3, I believe. Let me go back to the brackets. It is a best of 3, so this could be the end of it. Now, the next round is also a best of 3. Then it's so it's 3 rounds of best of 3. So round 1, 2, and 3 are all best of 3. Quarterfinals are best of 5. Semis are best of 7. Finals are best of 9. We could be up all night. Oh my god, what is that? Oh no. Did they not realize that that's there? No, it's double. Is it double elimination? Yeah, I believe. No, for a second there, I thought they'd stacked everyone on one side of the bracket, but it looks like no, it's double elimination. For a moment there, I was sitting there thinking, oh my god, they've stuffed something up. So drives, just saying no. The thing about command posts is you can't smurf because you can just click on the replay and you can click on their profile and then it's just like, that's, yeah, it finds their profile. Yeah, it's Karth. So the 2 players we have here, it is White Trash and Karth. There's no smurfs happening. Check out that typing. Alright, we're going to stick with the same faction, except Karth is going to switch Steel Talons. Doesn't raise shot count. What? Oh, wow. They're modding in new abilities, basically. Shit, I spelled that wrong too. I got the keyboard out in front because I got the mic solely firmly positioned in front of me. So not only does this have a ton of teams in it, but it is actually double elimination. So they have got the double elimination working by the looks of it. The rules say that you have to sell out. Do they? That doesn't make... I thought the rule said you can't sell out. Oh, is Bike Rush... So Bike Rush obviously is playing in a different set of the brackets. So it sounds like he's raging. Another reason why I didn't do it, because they probably paired him with like Baggio. that actually would be funny. After we've seen this series, we'll look for another one. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to look for series and take whoever's available. This is too big of a gap as well. Like, yeah, this is... you can't have that much time between two games. We're going to keep this going. Like, we're one game into the tournament and it's been an hour and 10 minutes. All right, ready to rock and roll. All right, here we are on the map Prophecies, and we have Drive Russian playing on the bottom left-hand side. His ally will be positioned... Oh my god, this is a horrendous map. Aweg playing as Traveller. That means we have Jake Whitetrash playing as Mark of Cain and Karth playing as Steel Talons. Jesus Christ, what is this? What is this? Is this like 10 minutes in the world builder? This is the thing. CJ puts crap like this into the R16. Oh, actually, no, this is 1.03. Puts crap like this in. Like, what is this? This is like, what is that? Like, oh my god. Like, it looks terrible. It just looks so bad. It looks like a construction site. Like they've built this out of like bulldozers or something in preparation to build something. What is that? What is that? like I understand you got to make a level balanced, but the whole point of making a level is to make something that's visually impressive. The reason why Predator maps and EA maps are so good is because they look realistic. They look like they could exist in real life. This looks like a bunch of bulldozers have made a BMX track. Like, it's so bad. There's two spikes here, by the way, which Whitetrash took both of them. Drive and Aweg, they split the difference. I'm assuming Drive would expand to this field and Aweg can go up to the top, but there's basically, it's interesting, there's 3 fields on either side, so one. So everyone gets, there's no blue tib. There's no blue tib, and there's only 1 expansion per player. It doesn't look particularly bigger than, what is that? Oh my god. Are they missiles? That makes a lot of sense. Alright. Wow. I thought Tournament Plateau was taken out of the oven early, but holy crap, this one hasn't even been put in the oven yet. We'll have to see what I could only imagine fast attack units being king on this, because there seems to be a ton of space and it's all completely wide open, so it's probably just going to be fast attack unit. I'm not sure if Steel Talon is going to be that particularly good on this level, but we'll keep an eye on what's actually happening. There will be a scout coming in from Whitetrash. Aweg has expanded. Karth has done something. He's expanding here. He's actually going to move here, which means he can place... He should... Oh, is that close enough? I'm not too sure. If he builds a ref and then can't place there, he's going to be pissed. But we'll see how that goes. Drive is going to expand, but Whitetrash sort of knows what's up. I mean, he's got a ref down. There's 2 Raider buggies and a mock squad there. He can stall, but he's going to need some units. I think he's going to try to go for a barracks. And yeah, he will stall with the EMP, but yeah, that barracks took a long time to drop. He had that already completed for quite some time. He needs to get these rocket squads out because these Raider buggies aren't going to buy him a lot of time. There's actually a Scorpion tank coming, so the Raider buggies bought him enough time to get reinforcements in there to prevent losing that. There is an airfield here, but Whitetrash has spotted that one. Aweg has moved up here. Actually, Karth is in a bit of trouble here. There's actually nothing to defend this Harvester, and he's going to lose that easy clap. These Titans are just nowhere near where they need to be, and that he could have at least reverse moved that away, but instead that's an easy Harvester kill. Whitetrash now abandoning his area. There's a scan coming down. He knows he's got Orcas. Oh my god, he hit some of the rocket squads. And I mean, all those orcas are bunched up. That's bad from Drive. He's going to lose one of them, but he gets a harvest. He's not going to get the other one. He's going to lose another orca. I don't think he's going to get this though. Yeah, he's going to be able to save that harvester. 3 orcas for 1 harvester. That's not sufficient. Trying to assist his ally here. What's with all the beacons everywhere? AWEG is just spamming beacons around the map, and it's very confusing. He will actually come in and get it. So 4 orcas for 2 harvesters. Still not that crash hot. I mean, White Trash has killed another ref. Surprisingly, oh no, he's actually losing his harvesters over here. So Jake White obviously is almost oblivious to what's happening in his main base there. So these Titans, and again, he had to sell his refinery, so it looks like there's actually a massive Seeker army here. So yeah, it looks like Drive and AWEG are going to just come back in this game. Another War Factory's dropped. It wasn't a refinery, which I thought is what it was going to be. And now, if the Titans were here, it would be perfect defense with all the buildings. But again, Karth is just way out of position. There's just one Titan streaming across. He's going to lose basically all of his harvesters. Maybe he can get one away, but I mean, the damage is done. It doesn't matter anymore. He's got 1 harvester left. White Trash will clean most of these units up, but I think he's down to just 1 harvester, which is not even refining. This game is done. The game is done. Those harvesters were overlapping, which means they take double damage. Well, not double damage, but the rockets are hitting 2 instead of 1. So yeah, this game is pretty much done. Surprisingly, AWEG has not actually built a refinery. He just went all Seekers. And I mean, he's Traveler 59. You don't play Traveler to spam nothing but Seeker tanks because you don't have any upgrades for them, and you have way better stuff than spamming Seekers you could be doing. But it's going to work, just because, I mean, these Titans are never, where they're so slow, they can't ever be where they need to be. And now he's just going to come in, he's just going to win the game. I mean, Karth has he's got nothing. He's got no harvesters. White Trash has 2, 3, 4. He's trying to recover, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Driver's probably got, yeah, Driver's cranking it. It doesn't even matter that AWEG's not refining anything or not even building anything. He's trying to build a refinery now by the looks of it, but he's left it way too late because he's out of money and he's still producing Seeker tanks, but it's just not going to matter because he has a huge army. And meanwhile, Drive is moving into the base over here, and he's just going to take this out. Big scan comes down, and he's going to see nothing but harvesters, so that means go on in, head on in. There's actually a few tanks. I did not spot those, but meanwhile, the battle over here, I mean, there's a rig for some reason there. He's not even going to be able to deploy that. The Titans are in a good spot, but there's just so many Seeker tanks. It just does not matter, and the last 2 Titans will fall, leaving just the rig, which will fall as well because there's so much cannon damage. For some reason, there is a slingshot there, and Karth is selling out. It doesn't matter. White Trash is dead. This patch is so shit. Yes, well, I don't think you need to type that into the chat, White Trash, because I think you're just stating the obvious here. He's going to do the fire sale. Karth is already, oh no, sorry, White Trash already left, so Karth is just doing the fire sale. And I wouldn't mind if they just, yeah, sped it up a little bit here. There's no point stalling if you're going to surrender. Just exit the game much quicker. But yeah, a pretty garbage game, but they get the win. Looks like some other people are up to Prophecies and also Disputed Arena, although that's not actually one of the maps. Alright, let's fix that up. What a super game. Wait, is that actually a rule? Do they have to sell out when they're defeated? That can't possibly be a rule. I mean, if you're defeated, it doesn't mean your ally is defeated. What if your ally is in a winning position, but then you have to sell out and you just basically throw the game for your ally? That can't, I'm gonna have to check that. No quitting from the start of the game. You can only sell out. You cannot transfer money or bases to your teammate by quitting. Why? Why? Why not? Why not? Why? Why? You could literally just 2v1 someone and then they'd have to sell out and sack their... That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Basically, if you're dead, you're like, hey, take my stuff, win the game. It's like, oh no, you can't have my stuff, and I'm going to sell out. And you kind of have to, otherwise you're just going to feed the other guy experience. You know, you don't want a bunch of heroic units coming at you. Ugh. It's hard to digest. The reason why there's only 6 people on the VPN is because CGF forced an update and it threw everybody off the VPN. But for some reason, OpenVPN still is connected behind the scenes. So they can still obviously play, but it doesn't show. Yep. I don't know why, like, CGF's decision-making process is just non-existent. But we have the same factions here. So this is going to be the ace match. Whoever wins, whoever loses is still in the tournament because it's double elimination. We have Drive Russian playing on the bottom south side of Suburban Arena, and his ally AWEG1 is playing as Traveller 59. On the top side, we have Jake White Trash playing as the Marked of Cain, and his ally will be down in the south, Carthaxis. I'll probably always say that wrong, but we're going to call him Carth. Same factions as before. He's going to be Steel Talons. Some people say Talions. I don't know why, it's Talons. Oh, Mock Squad goes down to the buzzers there, that's unfortunate. But looks like Carth will make it to the bunker, but it might not matter because if he makes it to the bunker, look at that, AWEG could have just gone in and taken it out, but he's going to be able to get it anyway. That was pretty silly. Carth should have held back momentarily. I mean, he's actually got another squad here, and now they can just trade squads. Although AWEG probably doesn't have the sufficiency that... Oh, he does. There you go. Look at that. He does have the sufficiency to do that, and now Carth is going to lose another squad. He might get out of range. Actually, he's going to get out of range because this is CharlesMod. And infantry are way more buff. And don't get me wrong, when I was talking with Charles, like, some infantry needed to be addressed in a 1.03, but I mean, they've just gone full blown down the rabbit hole on this particular mod here. Both sides cleaning up each other's scouts. There will be a pitbull coming out from the right hand side team. No raider buggy. Normally you just get the nod player to send a raider buggy because it's actually done that as well. So we can see there's basically no coordination. There's no reason for both teams to build a scout because the raider buggy can just go exactly down here. White Trash knows exactly how this is going to go, but Carth built one as well. And Drive didn't build one at all because he's like, I'm against... Oh, actually, sorry, he's not against Zocom, he's against Steel Talons. Steel Talons do have rush options available to them. EMP Blast comes down. My God. Oh my God. It showed up as it was working. I'm looking at it and it's moving and everyone's like, no, it's muted. This is why I need a second screen. Oh my God. I'm not sure these commands actually work. I don't think they do here. I wanted to get into a game. Charles is in there. He's probably casting that one. So I do apologize about that, guys. How long was that broken for? Wow, something weird's happening. What is happening? Wow, that's really bad. I hope that doesn't happen again. It just broke again. I don't know why. Look, I'm really sorry about the technical issues, guys. Oh, that's frustrating. That's just frustrating when stuff like that doesn't work. Yeah, I know my mic has been muted for how long? Wow, there's a lot of games here. All right, we'll see how this goes. Hopefully my sound just doesn't cave in on me again. So bad. It's stuff like that that just, yeah, disrupts the stream. Again, I do apologize. It was just that one game. At least it wasn't the other game. Muted for about 7 minutes, yeah. I think I fixed the problem. Oh, defective was with Bike Rush. Bike forfeited, so Bike probably raged out. Outlaw NR1. Alpha 0. Yellow, black hand, purple screen. Just going to patch up the scoreboard for this series, and then we should be ready to go. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't do that again. Dagman 05. Scrin GDI. Alright, so I'll have to check the brackets after this to see what particular round this is. But they are playing on Forgotten Forest, but to be honest, probably everyone's going to play on Forgotten Forest. Looks like Dagman might have crashed. Yeah, he's definitely crashed. Crashed. Said it's like 1-0. Green and orange. Well, this will give us time to check the brackets. Alright, let's have a quick peek at those brackets. Oh, they've updated them, good. So this is the second round, so Dagman and looks like Sea Commander actually defeated Futurama and Desolator. Yeah, I'm not sure what these guys are doing. The double elimination doesn't seem to be functioning at all. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore the bracket because it doesn't seem to be particularly accurate or working. Alright, everything looks good. So this is the second round, which is the round of 32, I believe. So we got this round, then another round, and then we get to quarterfinals. Everything looks good. Alright, so on the left hand side we have playing as the orange GDI, it's Dagman and his ally Alpha Zero, which I think is supposed to be Sea Commander, I'm not sure, I'm just going to call him by his in-game name, versus Arcteon Senna playing as Blackhand and his ally over here, Outlaw, playing a Scrin. But yeah, what can I say about this particular series? Senna is going for both of the spikes. Now, he is obviously the senior player here, and it's interesting that he went for the spike open. You think he would go for the command position to take the expansion. Outlaw might not be as good at the timings and things like that. I mean, Outlaw's been around for a while, so he should be sufficient in at least expanding, but you'd be surprised. Beacon's placed by Senna. He's going to find that there is a buzzer swarm there. Outlaw pulls, so not Outlaw, sorry. That belongs to Alpha Zero. He's going to pull his buzzers away. A little bit of lag happening here and there, but this Dagman guy appears to have a few issues. Will not be able to destroy any of those squads before they're overrun. Rifleman backing them up as well. We'll see if Senna wants to do any type of rush. No, he's going for a refinery, almost certainly a refinery here. Pitbull comes out to help scout. They don't really need it since there are 3 buzzer swarms out and a rifleman squad. I mean, they can get off an easy clap scout here, and there's another one down there. Not really necessary to build a Pitbull when you have that many scouts deployed. Like, if you want to go in, you can just send in one of your scouts, and that's perfectly fine, especially since he actually has to expand. He needs the second power plant down ASAP so he can get that expansion going, because it takes a little while to drive to the expansion. Things will be a little bit quicker because of the CharlesMod economy. We can see that we have a... Oh, actually, Scorpion Tank comes out. He's actually building multiple Pitbulls here, but these Pitbulls aren't about to do anything. I mean, 1 Scorpion Tank and 1 squad is sufficient to ward these guys off, and thankfully he didn't actually lose any of them, so he might be able to come in handy later on. But he is moving the MCV now. A little bit delayed, I mean... Yeah, Alpha Zero. Looks like he's queuing his next ref. He's already on 5 now, 6 harvesters, so... I mean, look at Outlaw. Outlaw's almost there. I guess he's not too far behind, but still further than what he needs to be. A few scouts are trading. Senna should be able to clean that scout up. They may be able to get out of range just in time. Yeah, he turns around there. Beacon comes down here as well, showing that he has expanded. Couple of Seeker Gunwalker out just for good measure, just so they don't get jumped by anything. Actually loses one of his Pitbulls to that Gunwalker, but he will trade the Gunwalker, so... Pretty even trade there. A little bit of glitching going on because, again, I'm pretty sure some of these are Cold War era PCs that we're seeing so many harvesters coming out of Alpha Zero. Not only does he have he has 5 of them, and he has 1, 2, 3 transitioning with a 4th. Oh my god, he's got so much economy already in this game, so that's the problem. Did Senna pop down a ref? Yeah, he has got a ref down here, and Outlaw's now popped down his own ref, actually producing Cabals out of the barracks. A random Scorpion Tank will be used for scouts, not really something you see being used as a scout very often. He's going to find nothing but Pitbulls. I mean, they haven't scouted what's happening down here, so they're not going to realize there's 4 harvesters already there. Blue tip is ripe. It's ready to not to hatch. Sorry, it's ready to harvest. That buzz is annoying, just preventing Senna from claiming the structures. He had some infantry here, so it looks like he wanted to claim the structures. Extra peripheral defenses here that he could have been using, so I'm just going to alt-tab. Yeah, everything looks pretty good. So yeah, just keeping a tight eye on those, on the telemetry there, just making sure everything is going smoothly. Battle markers over here. Senna's going to find one of his tanks getting overrun. These Pitbulls are going to find a gap going into the back side of the base here. They are going to overrun the blue tib field, so they will be able to take blue Tiberium as soon as they decided to send a harvester. It looks like both sides actually know, just Senna sending a harvester now. He does find a gap here, but unfortunately his first volley went into the laser turret instead of a harvester, and that may cost him, especially since he's sitting in the laser turret. But you know what, Senna's a little bit slow to pull some of his harvesters there, and he will lose one. There's actually not much down here that can do much about what's here. He's going to send these harvesters back to work, hoping that their hull is sufficient to keep them safe. A little bit of slowdown there from these guys, but yeah. They got a harvester and they caused a lot of disruption. Wow, look at this decent amount of glitching. Did you guys see that framing that happened then? Senna's actually left the harvest behind here. Calling in the abilities, but I don't think he's be able to get anything. I think maybe that ability detects stealth. Oh my god, I got an itchy nose. I think they might have changed it or warped it. Now, Senna has been cleaning blue tib, so that's very important that he gets that back to base because he's going to need it. He has a tier 3 down, but I hate to see what the screen player has been doing. I mean, he had a ton of economy. What's he turned it into? I mean, he has got a tech center down. He hasn't expanded. There are some Seeker tanks up here, and there are some Pitbulls. And Senna is once again under siege. These guys need to come in, and they could coordinate. Quite a few kills here. Senna only just now pulling harvesters off the line. He should be able to easy clap that one, and he will get that. And now the harvesters from Outlaw are under threat. And the left-hand side team is actually pulling off some significant harass here. Senna, you can see Senna is trying to maneuver on the left-hand side, but it's not going to be sufficient. A lot of laser turrets coming down in this game as well, so more harvesters. There's so many dead harvesters here now. There's a purifier there, but these forces are just going to move on. We saw a click come down, and he gets one refinery because this is CharlesMod, and at least they fixed that. So you won't get a double ref. Someone subscribed. Nice. But yeah, sells off the chem plant straight away. Outlaw trying to focus down these last Seeker tanks. Can they get one more harvester? They will get another harvester. Outlaw is hurting for sure. They're just down to their expansion. There's more pit bulls in Senna's base here. And again, just still trying to rely heavily on the laser turrets. He's going to lose one. He should be able to get one more. He will get one more. But Senna is dead. Oh, he could even go in and get that if he was paying attention. There's one harvester. Senna has one, now two, three, four harvesters. Going for a redeem. Oh, this is CharlesMod. That's an expensive build. Yeah, I mean, you build a Redeemer, you're basically, like this early in the game, you're basically throwing, and Senna probably doesn't realize that. Oh god, I got an itchy nose. But Alpha Zero has Mechapeds out, there's defenses here as well, they're obviously expecting to be attacked, and now they're going to be able to take map control over here. He's got Disintegrator squads there as well. These forces will be overrun. Oh, there's two dev tanks here, and they have charge, and Senna doesn't have anything to stop this. He needs something. There's more framing or glitching going on here, so these guys. And I mean, he has to sell 350 bucks. That was an expensive sell because I believe they have put the price of those up. Or maybe they put them down. I can never be too sure. Mechaped's trying to run in, getting stuck in the stasis, so it's nice to see that CGF hasn't actually fixed the bugs he was supposed to in this game. But nonetheless, it's just pitbulls. These pitbulls just keep getting in. These pitbulls keep getting in by Dagman05. He just seems to be just finding gaps and just killing harvesters over and over and over again. There's so many laser turrets that have been deployed here. These actually benefit from laser capacitor, so they get an upgrade damage. So he's actually given them an upgrade ability. Screen player is rocking again, and he's expanded, and there's a space command on the field. Look at all these harvesters, all full of Tiberium, and they will go back to a refinery before another one can be placed. Looks like that's going to be the end of the harassment for the time being, but I mean, oh man, Senna and Outlaw have just been ravaged. They have just been ravaged in this game, and calling in the Icor Seed for absolutely no harvesters there. He needs to get some harvesters down there. He needs to sell a ref off, doesn't need two. What's happening down here? A couple of harvesters. There's actually only 3 on the expansion down here. No, there's 2 more there, so I mean, they're replacing the harvesters, but I mean, the other team has a third base. He's going to go back for a Redeemer again. I'm going to have to check out the details behind that. So it is a $6 grand 1 minute build. Outlaw's got so much money. Outlaw's like FFS. He's beaconing something. I'm not 100% sure. There was a storm column placed down there. Maybe he had an engineer or something, but it seems very weird that a storm column would be placed randomly there. Maybe there was something there. I'm not 100% sure. He's going to see that there are tripods here. Now, there's a Marv coming down and there's a hexapod, but these epic units are so far away. And by far away, I mean it's going to take a long time to complete them. And the army is here. The army is here by these guys. The sonic emitter comes down. That is coming down from our left-hand side. That's a good shot with that sonic emitter as well. Getting all those units. Shockwave artillery will be coming down. A lot of damage coming down there as well. Big shockwave coming on this force. That mammoth tank will be trying to back up. Tripods are going forward. They could get an EMP off. The purifier is dead. They need some anti-infantry to help clean these forces up now. They're probably going to lose both their tripods there. Actually, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade almost. There's another sonic emitter there. Is that the same one? I wasn't actually paying attention. More mammoth tanks coming, but again, they need some anti-infantry here. They need to get rid of those 2 tripods. They're so badly damaged. Look at that. They're just that one was sitting on red health for such a long time, and they were unable to deal with it. There might have been another attack going on. Yeah, there is another attack going on down here. We can see that Alpha Zero has destroyed almost every single harvester in the expansion. So these guys really are all in on this base. And you know what? If they can get down the Marv or the Hexamod, they're still building them. They're still trying to build them. The Redeemer is here, but it's not that powerful in CharlesMod. Rage Chain goes off. Not going to do a lot. There's not a lot in range here. Railguns is done. There's a mammoth tank here. These mammoth tanks are particularly powerful. Hexapod is out. Sonic emitter comes down. Might get one more shot off. No, it's going to go down, unfortunately. But, I mean, they have so many forces here now. I don't think it's going to matter. These 2 tripods are almost dead. There's a hexapod there. The Redeemer doesn't have the HP that it used to. And you can see now already a quarter of its health is gone, falling down to half health. It's no longer a massive tank. Like, yes, it's got, you know, tanky health, but it's not something that can withstand a huge amount. And finally, those 2 tripods. So they took a long time to kill those tripods, by the way. They could have killed them a long time ago. The Marv is now completed from Daggyman. And he's trying to run away with the Redeemer, but it's rear armor, and that one shot does so much damage. The Redeemer gets he pocketed $1,200 from that kill. And I think the fire sale is coming out from center. Reinforcements are moving across, but it's just disintegrators. So that's going to be the end of the game. They did hold out just long enough. Surprising, they were here for quite some time and were unable to get a single refinery down. But at the end of the day, it's not going to matter. Heroic disintegrator squad's always nice to see. The Marv has 0 garrisons in it, but it probably won't matter. I believe center is out of the game. He has sold out of this. I guess he's trying to adhere to that rule. Not that it really matters, since there's really no way Outlaw can win this fight from here. If Outlaw were to somehow lose this fight, win this fight, he's got 1 harvester. He's got 3 harvesters. You know, there's actually a gravity stabilizer here that they don't seem to realize is there. So Outlaw does actually tap out of the game. So center and Outlaw went down there. Wouldn't have picked that. The Dagman was actually a lot better than I thought, and so was Alpha Zero. I said this in the last series and got it wrong, but yeah, maybe these guys are going to be a bit more solid in the series. We might see a different map here as well, actually. But everyone got some pretty crummy seating. It's a pretty crummy layout. It looks like we are going to do this map. Alpha Zero, Outlaw, both on screen. GDI. Looking pretty good, looking pretty good. We're going to do this horrible Prophecies map again. This is a god-awful map. I just wonder what the hosts were thinking. Maybe they knew it was going to be a troll tournament, so they're just like, oh, we'll just put out a crappy troll map. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in this though, if Center's going to be able to adapt, you know, because Center is floundering, but it's because it's CharlesMod and he simply doesn't have a clue how the game runs, so it's forgivable. I mean, no pro is going to be able to do. I don't think any pros will do well in this because it's just so crazy. But we'll keep casting it. So on the left hand side we have the man of the hour, Senna, Artheon Senna, and his ally down here is going to be Outlaw. And on the other side we have Dagman carrying through some nice harassment in the last series, and his ally Alpha Zero, who was the big eco boomer in that last game and contributing a lot to the main war effort. We'll have to see if they decide to split the winnings here on the spikes. No, it looks like Senna will be queuing a second engineer. Meanwhile, we have 2. No, these guys are going to split the. They're going to split the kitty. They are going to split the kitty and just take 1 spike each. And then there's no other neutral structures on the map. So again, I believe this was the game that I casted that was no. The game I casted that was muted, I believe, was the arena game. So you guys probably heard me absolutely rip this map apart. Yeah. God, it's bad. Like, this is the standard that is set now. It's like, hey, 10 minutes in the world builder and your map is in a tournament, $1,000 tournament. So makes you wish for Predator to come back, except not the crazy version of Predator, like the one that actually was good and did good stuff. Yeah, right hand side team has plenty of scouts out. They're going to scout everything. They're going to be able to see everything that's going on. They're going to head down here, and they even have scouts up the top, so they're not getting rushed. I'd like to see the vision in this situation. Center can see bugger all, but the team on the right, oh my god, look at that vision. Look at that vision, and to that vision there, oh my god, low power for everybody. Everyone's on low power. Everyone's on low power, okay. But the team on the right-hand side has so much vision. They have such good vision right now, and it's not hugely important. I mean, they know they're not getting rushed. Does Outlaw just not rotate his buildings? I'm not sure. They know they're not getting rushed, but the other team doesn't know if they're getting rushed. They're just going to assume they're not getting rushed. Senna, we know what he's going to build, harvesters. That's literally what he's going to build. There's actually a Seeker tank here. This is going to be annoying because he's going to stop the MCV from getting up the ramp. Oh man, that's annoying. Battle markers over here. It looks like pit bulls are coming in. Outlaw's going to lose a harvester, a couple of fast pits. That's really bad. That is really bad. Senna is just going to he's just going to absorb the damage. So the Seeker, I mean, wipes off almost half the health. That's like, $1,200 worth of damage. And 3 harvesters have been pulled. He's pulled all those harvesters. He can't build anything. He needs these harvesters to refine. He's going to get 2 harvesters with fast pits. Wow, Outlaw. Mate, I'm going down to the shops. I'll get you some flour. I'll get you some icing, and we'll just bake that cake right now, because there's nothing much else to do in this. What is that? Wow, yeah, you put a lot of effort into that. Wow. But finally, Outlaw somehow holds it. 2 harvesters down. He doesn't have a ref on the expansion either. And, I mean, Alpha Zero's already got one there. And he's only built, like, 1 Seeker tank. And he's taken off a big chunk of Senna's MCV health, which is not critical right now, but it could be a problem later on. Dagman's expanded. Outlaw can't expand. He can't put a ref down. He doesn't have the economy. He's trying to rebuild those harvesters he lost. There's a harvester which is idle as well. Oh, man, that's terrible. That's terribly bad. As soon as harassment is over, you have to check your harvesters. That's critical in any game. Once the harassment is done, check your harvesters on the field. Make sure they're all moving or they're all queued or something like that. He has got it back. Thankfully, he's got it back to work, so he didn't lose too much mining time. But I mean, he's already lost a lot of mining time. We have Cabals coming out here, which is actually a problem for these disintegrators. So they're going to have to actually sit by their double buzzer hive, which will actually be quite nice. Put double buzzer hive there. Doesn't have to worry about putting his buildings too close together for the catalyst, but of course he's still vulnerable to a vapor bomb, so that could be the big kicker there. And Outlaw is just going to lose another harvester, and there's nothing here to stop this. And he's got units at the expansion, but he's panicked and Q moved, and now there's people who's here attacking. These disintegrators need to stay here while the faster units respond. And I mean, at least he's pulling his harvesters, but I mean, he's just going to lose another one, and that's quite poor. Senna sends him a tank. Scout's going off up there. There's going to be an attack. Senna's going to be under attack. He might lose a harvester as well. There's battle markers over here. And yeah, Alpha Zero comes across, and this base is going to fall. Outlaw is basically dead at this point in time. He has a single harvester remaining. This base is going to be overrun by Alpha Zero. He could destroy the refinery once he realizes it's there. Probably a harvester was killed. I could only imagine Senna lost a harvester. And yeah, he definitely lost 1 harvester. The Seeker tanks will now be cleaned up. So Alpha Zero and Dagman looking pretty solid in this tournament. I mean, Senna and Outlaw should have been an opposing force, but they're not standing. They're not standing against what's happening to them. They're not able to react and rally to this. Outlaw will push these forces off the field with the help of a few units from Senna, but they don't have... I mean, they have a paltry force. They have an absolute paltry force here. Shields is done. Attenuated force field's done. Tech Center comes down from Alpha Zero. A beacon up there. He knows the infantry's moving across, but I mean, he's got a lot of gun walkers. And looks like Senna's going to attack through the center as well, but he might want to leave some disintegrators behind. This infantry will be completely destroyed, but you know what? I think Senna's going to push in. There are disintegrator squads there, though. He's reinforcing with disintegrators. Friendly units coming in from the side here. A click will come down, but I mean, this isn't going to do as much damage as Senna would like, and the infantry army is completely obliterated by that force, by the way. APCs will move in, but against the Scorpion tanks, they're not going to be able to do much aside from buy time. They will clear all the infantry. That's important. And what the hell is that? Are there charged particle beams on those Raider buggies? Like Blackhand wasn't already powerful enough. Whose orcas were they? They're actually Dagman's actually heading on out, and this force completely cleaned up. No Harvester's dead, by the way. Harvester might actually die here. Yeah, Harvester will die, but that Buzzer Hive is going to rip through these infantry forces here, so he should be able to hold this no matter what. Those Buzzers will clean up there. Battle markers there. Not sure what's happening out here. Pit Bulls from Dagman. He is just getting in with these, and he's just doing so much damage. Battle markers over here. That force was cleaned up. Alpha Zero looking pretty good with a strong economy. He replaced the ref relatively quickly. No upgrades coming. Does have a tripod down though. Battle marker up here. Infantry standing on the Tiberian field. Battle marker over there. It's just a random Raider buggy. Nothing serious. Looks like these guys are going to push through. These Pitbulls have no harvesters left to kill. Actually, there's one there. He could try to make a move on that one. But this base, how are they going to defend this base? Senna's going to have to get up here. he doesn't have any units. He has no army. He's got forces in the north, but they're so far away and they're not going to be sufficient. This base is going to fall. This hammerhead's reinforcing as well. These guys just have so many units here right now. There is actually a barracks back here. The APCs are trying to respond to it, but there's too much infantry there. They can't overrun the infantry quick enough. And look at that. Dagman is expanding with the refinery on this field. He has double ref down here. Not enough harvesters, though. He needs to transition his harvesters. Beacon over there. There's a flame tank. It was cleaned up, unfortunately, by that that storm column. More battle markers over there, just infantry continue to stand on the Tiberium. There is a push coming through here, so Alpha Zero may have to turn his force around now. They kill the harvest, he's going to turn around. There's a lot of gunwalkers, and he should be able to thin out this infantry that are going to fight on the ramp, but look at that. The gunwalkers can't engage until they're at the top. Beacon comes down here as well. A lot of harvesters there. He needs something to try to counter this. The hammerheads are coming in. There's a lot of infantry on the ground. Those harvesters need to be pulled back or phased. Not going to phase them. The gunwalkers need to finish up this attack relatively quickly. They are going to head back across to where Senna's force is, but he is poking at these harvesters here, and he's going to take a few of those out now, but the reinforcements are here. A random mantis flies forward. Surprisingly, doesn't get shot down, able to fire off its missiles. There's a SAM turret there as well. Gets another kill. Rage Gen goes off, and maybe they don't have enough. Maybe Senna can pull this one back. I mean, Dagman has a ref down here, and this is the problem. He's only got 3 harvesters. He didn't transition any harvesters down there, so he's not actually harvesting sufficiently on his expansion. He does have a 3rd base, but I mean, they need to hold this. There's the stasis. That will buy them some time. I believe in CharlesMod, the stasis only lasts for 10 seconds instead of 20 or something like that, or it's only half its duration, but it's going to be enough to buy them a bit of time. Orca's coming in. He should target the Purify. If he can kill the Purify, it'll just be the Redeemer and the infantry, and you can clean that up, you know. Alpha Zero is actually getting cleaned up. He does have a hexapod. He does have forces here. They're on the wrong side, though. Battle marker over there. Nothing serious. Keep an eye on this fight right now. Senna is being thinned a bit. He is powering on economy, though, so he can produce. I'm not sure where the Orcas were striking, but Outlaw is pretty much completely out of this fight. They need to get the hexapod back to these base defenses, the turrets here, the units, the APCs. He needs to keep them back here. We'll just go into this vision here, this attack. It doesn't look like there's a lot here from either side. The hexapod will escape, though. The hexapod will escape. The Orcas are just sitting there. They're going to go in now. They're probably going to put their rockets into the Redeemer. That's really the only thing they can put their rockets into. Again, if they can kill the infantry and just leave the Redeemer solo, or if they can kill the Redeemer and leave the infantry solo, it's one or the other, but I think Outlaw is coming with some reinforcements here. Only Gunwalker's not going to contribute that much to what's happening over here. Senna has no garrisons inside the Redeemer, and a Rage Gen will go off. He does have healing down on the hexapod. It has repair drones as well. He's going to send it forward. He's going to force it forward, but as soon as he turns around, that's rear armor. He's almost certainly going to lose this hexapod unless he can get a phase field down. The phase field comes down, so he has phased the hexapod, and Senna disengages straight away. He's like, you don't want to fight that because obviously you can't kill it. Still not able to defeat this one Purifier, though. That's a real big problem. That's been sitting there for the longest time, and these Predator tanks might take it out just by pure chance now. They will take it out by pure chance. Something was happening back there, not 100% sure what that was. Dagman still, he has finally transitioned harvesters there, but I mean, Alpha Zero's been crippled. He has been crippled. He might actually well be out of this game. I believe there was a man, no, it's just going to be infantry. He should be able to clean these guys up. He's going to clean those guys up here, so Dagman, it's going to be on him. I mean, surprisingly, yeah, the hexapod is still there, but the repair rate on Corruptors has, I believe it's been halved. So it's going to take a little while to heal the hexapod. Might want to get it in range of the warp sphere for added repairs. Something was destroyed there. Orcas raiding Senna's field. Senna may be able to overrun this area, though. There's hammerheads. That one definitely needs some repairs. Sold his tech center off, by the way, so we can see no tech center. Double repairs down from Senna, so things are heating up in the middle of the map here. The hexapod, though, is almost back to half health, and he's going to start destroying everything here now. Just remember, he does have the recycle on the hexapod, which will gather resources for him, so even though he doesn't really have any refining going, it's actually no harvest. Oh my god, he has no harvesters. Oh, he does. So he's got one harvester there, so he can actually go back and refine on his main safely as well. He might need to do that. Rage then goes off out of range. It was out of range, unfortunately. Those Corruptors might want to turn around. He actually destroyed one of them. But you know what? That tripod's going forward. He could run in for the EMP. He's going to run in now, but it might have been a bit late. Can he get the EMP blast off? Yes, he gets the EMP blast. That's nuts. That's us just in time. You could see the Redeemer put his arm forward to go in for the kill, and the Orcas with the missiles, with the hexapod here. The tripod will be destroyed, but with the EMP down, there's no escape for Senna. And just in the nick of time, we'll see Dagman and Alpha Zone basically pull out the victory here. I don't think they can lose it from here now. I think Senna is basically done. He sold. You can see Senna's sold everything at the back here, so he doesn't actually have anything to fall back on here. There is going to be a wall of towers coming up. Might need to get the hexapod back because it is taking sufficient damage here now. Needs to get it back behind the war factory. Just let the APMO towers deal with the remainder of the infantry and he'll be fine. A couple of hammerheads here now. There's actually no anti-aircraft here aside from the random rocket squads, and that's not going to be sufficient. He's just going to fly in heroic rocket squad. Unfortunately, will be gunned down at some point, and yeah, that's going to be the end of it, so they really can't win from here. But yeah, for a while there, it looked like Senna was just going to pick up Outlaw and carry him across the finish line, but it turned out Outlaw was a bit too chonk, and Senna has just collapsed under the weight. So it's a bit unfortunate. These guys are not surrendering, so I'm not sure what's going on here, whether they think they're still in it or what's going on. But yeah, there's no way they can win this fight from here. They basically have no units left either, so I'm not sure why they haven't surrendered. At this point, it's almost in a situation where they're just going to stall. Senna has been defeated. There you go. I'm expecting Outlaw to follow suit momentarily. He has no money. He's stalled on building something. Not 100% sure what it was. Dagman has cleaned up this field. Might want to transition some harvesters. They are mining off this field pretty swankily, and that's the end of the game. Finally, you can see Alpha Zero may have started to refine on his home field as well, but it's the end of that game. So Alpha Zero and Dagman, they managed to secure that one away, and that's the whole game there when I said it was a center carry. But yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? So that's gonna be a 2-0 victory for Alpha Zero and Dagman. Good job. Yeah, Senna did well in that game, considering the cards he was dealt. Alright, where do we go from here? I'm just gonna, in the rounds, I'm just gonna bounce from one series to the next. I'll try to do full series. We'll see if we can get something going. We'll have a look at the bracket as well. I'm not sure where the loser bracket actually is. I don't actually know where it is, yeah. Oh wait, there it is. Idiot. We might be able to get space and law. Like Dorito. Is Dorito in there? Well, he's got a good series on his hands. There could be some games in progress here, but there are quite a few people that are sitting in the lobby. I'm just going to keep an eye on this one. So Drive and AWEG fight space, and they're probably already playing. Oh yeah, the scores haven't even been updated, so there's obviously something wrong. I think because CGF pushed an update, it disconnected everyone from the VPN in command post, but not on their PCs, so it's resulted in none of the scores being counted, so it has to manually update everything. Which, knowing CGF, will take a million years, so that's going to slow the tournament down a little bit too much for me, I think. While this is happening, let's have a look. Command post. Oh, there we go. Came up straight away. Alright, so pretty much this is the winner bracket. So, I mean, that's basically it right there. I'm not sure why these guys are here though, because that means the winner of this game will basically go straight through to the grand final. So they've obviously made a huge error there. So if we just cut those games off, they might fix them manually. We can see they're basically in the second round, although this game has been played because we just watched it. Might be able to refresh it now. Nah, nothing's been updated. Let's have a look here. We have Amarashi and Shock Trapper playing Dorito and someone else. 10-10, 0-0. Shock Trapper, who are they playing? I think this is the loser bracket, isn't it? I'm going to take a quick break. So stay tuned, we'll have a game coming up very shortly. So I'm going to take a quick break and we will be back very shortly. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. This is CharlesMod. All right, we're back. Sorry about the short delay there, guys, but we'll jump into a series if we can find one. S2 NTO, what are we doing? Do they know about the loser bracket? Go host Ali. Looks like we might have Ali. Potentially. Using their Lemas, Lumos, Best. Probably don't want to go in there. Welcome back to CharlesMod, guys. We're going to see if we can find a series to play. But it looks like the bracket's being updated manually, so it's painfully slow. It looks like a lot of people are just getting disqualified in the loser bracket. Not a lot of people are just losing their first rounds and then just leaving. Oh, Lumos Best. We could do Dorito Judge Power. Aggressive Panda. Boyle's Legacy Mission. What are you doing, Bike Rush? Asteroid Outpost. We'll see if we can cast some Bike Rush. I'm not sure who he's playing with or what's going on. Me and Extreme versus Ali, I think. So apparently Bike Rush is now with Extremizer. He's with Extremizer, that's interesting. Just change teams halfway through. Pretty sure the other team isn't even there. So the loser bracket's pretty much non-existent right now. There's none of the results are updating, and of course, yeah, the tournament is a bit of a joke. The problem is, yeah, some people are playing and then they're losing and then they're just leaving without going into the loser bracket, and then they're changing teams, and then of course none of the results are updating because he pushed for an update. And so yeah, it's pretty much collapsing quite rapidly. So is this series playing? I did not give Bike Extremizer. Maybe CGF did. So it looks like CGF is just going. CGF is overruling the guys and just changing the teams on the fly. So apparently Dimmy's in this game, but he had a meltdown, which from what I hear these days is quite common. What? He doesn't... Wow. We might just cast this just because otherwise we're going to be sitting around doing nothing. Apparently this is still part of the winners bracket, but I'm not sure how, because whoever wins this is going to bypass the round of 3, bypass the quarterfinals, bypass the semifinals. They've all, like, this couldn't have been done any worse than what it has been done. Just asking Panda what the hell's going on there. Wow. Oh, it's so bad. I didn't want to cast that series. I think we might just stick close to Alpha Zero and Dagman, because they should be up again very shortly. If Drive and AWEG 1 win, then they'll play Dagman and Alpha Zero. We're losing streamers. Oh, sorry, we're losing viewers. What can I say? At this point, yeah, it might be better to just hope that Drive quickly finishes off his opponent. Drive and AWEG quickly finish off their guys, and then we can see these next people play. Because I think the loser bracket's just completely stalled. Future Desolator Karth, they're still playing there, but there's other games where there's just no movement. Oh, I don't know what's happening there. Apparently there's people that are both in the winners bracket and losers bracket simultaneously. Yeah, I think someone's gonna have to step up and save the tournament, because the loser bracket is just gonna stop, you know. And the thing about CGF is once he gets bored, he just leaves, and he's just like, he just leaves it on. Your problem now. These two games, they're not going anywhere. So again, we'll stick close to Alpha Zero and Dagman. Other games, other series have already started. So Amarashi and Shock Trepper versus Dorito and Bart Jones is already underway, and so is the Loomis and Burt versus Lamas and Rildcom. Leaf and Green need to... I think you meant to say Leaf and Green. But yeah, if anyone's got any questions in the chat, feel free to drop them in. I'm not sure who's actually running the tournament right now, because Judge Power is in the tournament. He seems to be pretty idle. Panda's obviously not running anything, and I think CGF might have just left. Maybe we can get like special guest on here to talk to us in the meantime. Let's try Leaf. See. No. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's Lamas. Their series has already started, though. Let's just refresh the bracket and see if theirs is moving. Nah, they've just finished and their results haven't updated or anything. So there's clearly the tournament's at risk of just completely stopping. Oh wow, Leaf has thrown some really stupid shade at me in the past, but this one here, he can't come on the stream because he's busy gardening. You don't even have a backyard, mate. What the fuck are you gardening? I love it. He could have just said something like, I just don't want to, but no, he made up some bullshit excuse. I'm gardening. Oh, fuck. Taking the piss. Amanda's Lamar's Extremizer. Where is Drive and AWEG? They must be getting close to finishing now. They couldn't possibly be too far away. Senna and Outlaw appear to be idle as well. Let's have a look and see what they're doing. Senna and Outlaw. Where are they? Apparently June Tiger's in the tournament. I don't know why. I haven't seen him. Where is Senna? They're just sitting around. Oh, there he is. He's way down in the loser bracket. Like, completely alone. Oh, sorry about this, guys. I had a feeling this would be a train wreck. And now I've committed myself. Again, I don't know what's taken AWEG and Drive so long to finish up there. They've been in game for like 40 minutes now. They should cancel the tournament, save Judge Power's money. Yeah, this is a total joke. Like, and it's $1,000 event, and it's just like it's game replays level of organization right now. Like Phantom sitting back going, "Oh yeah, I'm not the only one who sucks." Like Phantom, he hosted so many tournaments, and they were so immemorable and bad. Like he keeps saying it sometimes. It's like, what are you doing? Like no one remembers anything you've done. It's all garbage. Yeah, Bike Rush has entered multiple times, and the teams have changed, and apparently Panda gets to bypass 2 rounds because like 90% of the people are in the top half of the bracket, and like 4 teams are in the bottom half. Like, yeah. Oh, come on, where are these guys? I'm gonna get the scoreboard ready at least, because I'm gonna cast Drive and AWEG 1. Oops. Dagman 05. Wow, wait, Free Amanda's, who's that? Yeah, there's not much happening here, is there? I need to get someone on. Let's watch Charles. Yeah. At Green Zero just play some 1v1s that's better than nothing. Yeah, it is. A lot of garden in that tomb apartment. Dude, he doesn't have a garden. I know he doesn't have one. Alright, so when he says he's gardening, he's taking the piss. Much love from Greece. Heard you guys ran out of money. Is that still a thing, or do you guys fix that? How can they still be in game? What are they doing? One game in 2.5 hours. Poor Estenzio. There's just nothing here. Yeah, I'm waiting for drive as well. These guys are waiting for drive and AWEB. I don't know where they are. They've been in the game for like the longest time. Some more players just entered the lobby then. Definitely likes refreshing quite a bit. I'm not sure what Space is supposed to be doing. Let's have a look and see if we can find out where he is. There are some games being played. I don't know where Space is. I don't even see him in the bracket. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's the ones that's he's playing drive and AWEG. Why is he here? All right, finally. Finally. What have we got? Green and blue. All right, guys, you're finally ready to see some more CharlesMod. This is just a terribly organized, poorly organized tournament. GDI Traveler. Traveler. Frio Manos. Who is Frio Manos? I'm not sure where he's supposed to be. Alpha Commander and Dagman need to be joining this game. Oh, there's no one to update the bracket. I don't want to sit here and have you guys, yeah, sit around looking at me talking crap about nothing. Like, there's been enough talk. There needs to be... Why are these guys teaming up against Drive? These guys are... They're not even playing these people, like... Not much waiting. Someone called Dagman. There we go, finally. Oh, this Frios Martis guys, you get out of here, man. Like... Frio Mars is like, we were waiting ages for a game. This is a tournament. Get out of here. Oh, they won 2-1, which means no one's updated the brackets. Oh, they finally updated them. I don't know where that Frios Mandas guy is supposed to be. I think he's just on here playing random. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on, not my problem. Oh, he thinks Alpha Zero is a Smurf. Bicycle. Titanless full regular user. I'm the commentator and I have to drive this forward. Alpha's going to be red. Oh, come on, guys. The rules say you can play as random. Oh, these guys. What they're doing is they're checking each other's profiles, which is fucking retarded. Like, it's command post. We know who they are. Like, and. But like all the time when people see you online and everyone has to shatter brick each other to make sure, oh no, Smurfs, it's just so, this is why no games get played. Like when I go onto Revora, like it's so hard on Revora because you go on Revora and people spend like half an hour to 45 minutes in the lobby, like doing nothing. Screen and GDI. And I'm just like, I just want to play. It's like, oh, we played one game, we'll just wait like, half an hour for the next one. AWEG 1, yeah. AWEG 1, he was just basically one basing, but it was enough. This is going to be a power tip. This is interesting because it's a $1,000 event that you can't pick your ally. It's probably another reason why it's not being run too well. And Judge Power should have saved his money. I mean, and it's double elimination. It's so bad. But anyway. We'll make do. So on the right hand side we have Dagman playing as GDI and his ally Alpha Zero, far out, playing as Screen Vanilla. And we have AWEG 1 playing as Trap 59 and the Drive, that is Russian, playing as GDI. So we're back on Forgotten Forest because where the hell else would we be? If it was optional to install the rest of the maps, people would opt out of it and just install this map. But we'll keep going, see how this goes. Drive is going to take both the spikes. Alpha Zero will be taking the spikes up there. Oh, look at that. They will dispatch both of those buzzers there without losing a rifle. May have lost a buzzer, but there's one remaining. We have another squad coming up here. The squad can't hope to win here, but unless these forces do split up. Beacon comes up there. We can see that Alpha Zero was able to navigate around that buzzer there, so that's going to be helpful. He's actually going to turn around. He could just go to the Tiberian field to get free health. Probably worried Yeah, almost going to take an engineer maybe, but not quite. Yeah, he's going to be able to dispatch that. There's a rifleman squad down here from Drive. He does have a pit bull coming out. This fast pit bull, 2 pit bulls. I mean, it's been successful. We saw in the other series, so I guess he's just going to keep doing these quick pits here. Drive's not going to expect it. Drive's not going to have any vision. He's going to pack up and he's going to get, oh, I wouldn't say jump by 1 pit bull, but there's a second one coming and there's a third one. So maybe what he's going to do, he's actually going to send them more. I was going to say he might put one there and build the others up there and then bust out of the fog, because if it's just one, Drive might not react until all the rest jump on him. He's going to build his own pit bull though, so this is not going to work against Drive. He's a little bit too good for this. A little bit of lag there. Seeker tank comes out from AWEG 1. He's going to expand forward. Risky move there. Probably going to take some pit damage. Can we go Revora next? No, you can't go Revora next, because if I go on Revora and I stream, it's just going to attract the Germans. And he's going to move through here with those pitbulls. Beacons everywhere. AWEG 1. No, that was Drive this time. Not 100% sure. Normally AWEG 1 is just cut and sick with the beacons. Beacons down here. Dagman. He's going to go to the blue Tiberium field. He's actually going to get this harvester going for the blue Tib field. Needs to pull it around. Look at that. So we can see Alpha Zone. Look at that. That's perfect. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's what's more than what you could ask for. And then Drive is actually going to switch targets. He might actually be able to get it if he didn't switch targets, but unfortunately, might not even lose a pit bull. Probably going to lose 1. Yeah, now he's going to lose 1, that's for sure. And here comes the double War Factory Seeker push, playing Travel 59 to basically just spam 1 base Seeker. Why not go Scrin? Or Reaper? That would be far better. I don't understand what the Traveler pick is behind, or what's behind the Traveler pick if this is all he's going to do. Now, is Alpha Zone going to be able to counter this? He doesn't have a lot here. He's got Disintegrators, which will be very helpful. Does he have a nerve center? No, he does not have a nerve center, and he's not building one, which means he can't call in a buzzer swarm, and he can't actually dispatch the Disintegrators because, oh no, he's got Gunwalkers there. My bad. I didn't actually spot those before. But he's got a Photon Cannon down, and almost certainly going to be building more of them. He's got one queued, so he's just waiting to drop it. I think he knows he's going to get hit. He drops it down now, and yeah, those Photon Cannons are the real kicker. There's a Dev Tank there now as well. Now that doesn't have any charge on it, but it will still be menacing nonetheless. If he could clear the Gunwalkers out, he could rely on Disintegrator push, but it looks like the attacks have stalled. A few Orcas there. Oh my god, Driver's getting attacked. I was not paying attention. It's Pitbull for Pitbull. It looks like nothing too serious. Beaconing going down there as well. I'm not sure what was happening, but the Dev Tanks there doing some work. No charge on the Dev Tanks. Wouldn't have taken much of an effort to get them over there. A lot of Disintegrators getting chewed up, but they have managed to secure their... That's an awkward placement. They've got 1 on each field, basically. And he's gone for shields as well. So he's got attenuated force fields. Dagman is covering the flank. We do have Orcas from Drive. I don't believe he killed any harvesters. I'm not 100% sure. No one's able to secure the blue Tiberium either, so that is up for grabs. There's a Predator tank there. But these Pitbulls are actually going to go around, and that's a little bit annoying. There is some infantry here. He should be able to secure this flank here. The infantry here should work just fine. Disintegrator squads will clear that out. Battle marker over here. This, again, Dev Tanks with no charge. That's an interesting one. He needs to get to this field and charge them up, and he'll be fine. A few units going down there, but it looks like the Pitbulls weren't able to make too much headway over there. Pitbulls are camping this field, so the Orcas will not be able to penetrate that area. This is CharlesMod, and finally Alpha Zero is going to try to make a dash for that Tiberium, and he will... Wow, that range. Alright, so apparently they don't need to be very close to be able to do that anymore. But this is a problem. He's got 4 fully charged Dev Tanks. There's no fastlings. What is that? Enhanced beams? This is CharlesMod. This is not 1.03. This is CharlesMod. He's completely increased attack damage. Why? So I just have to explain it to you. Buzzer Swarm comes in, and unfortunately doesn't actually move forward, so it gets nothing. Orcas are there getting they've taken some damage. Disintegrator reinforcements coming in. And these Dev Tanks now, he needs to pop these Orcas before they get too many Dev Tanks. He can't afford to lose too many Dev Tanks. 2 Dev Tanks will go down. He probably could have shot more Orcas down. That's going to help out AWEG 1 because he'll have obviously less Dev Tanks to deal with. There is a big push coming down here. I don't think they're going to be able to survive this push. I'm not sure Dagman, he's got a lot of pit bulls, but I mean, he needs something to deal with this. He's beaconing, which means he's in trouble. He's in a bit of trouble here. This push is going to continue on here. One of the dev tanks will get sniped. There's a lot of units here. He might have to back up. He's trying to expand there as well, but this attack is now underway. There are pit bulls here. Disintegrator squads are coming out, but there's too much gun weaponry. No AP ammo is done, by the way. These pit bulls might need to come forward to help defend. Meanwhile, this attack is continuing. Oh my god, he's going to lose his drone ship. That's the end of the drone ship, and I think Drive may be able to take this one down. There isn't a beacon coming in. That's a shockwave onto Drive's army. Now that's really a bit of a desperation shockwave. It will kill some infantry, but it doesn't actually... didn't hit any of the vehicles there, which is quite unusual. But yeah, there are some orcas here from Dagman. He might have to sell the space command because it's going to get focused down, and you know, you want to get the zone trooper squad out of it. He's not going to sell that. It's going to be destroyed. That's expensive structure to lose. He will get his zone trooper squad, but it'll be almost dead because it was destroyed in that fashion. Orcas coming in, trying to take out the Mecha P. They will get the Mecha P. It's an elite orca there from Drive. And we have hammerheads running over the top. Now, this is really messy, by the way. It's really messy. A beacon was placed by Drive. He's actually expanding out here, trying to take some blue Tiberium, which is quite nice. Now, Drive is temporarily pushed back here. It's actually a dev tank there. Hammerhead not actually able to take out the sniper teams. Looks like the stealth has been regained here. Trying to pump some rockets in, not finishing off that tank, unfortunately. And we can see here, he needs to shoot at those sniper teams. Not able to get them. They re-stealth pretty quickly. Is that his hammerhead? Yeah, Drive doesn't actually have AP ammo. Have they changed the ordering of AP ammo? No, it's still in the same spot. Trying to get down his... oh, he's actually trying to get Mecha P's down. And he actually put a foundry down before he lost his drone ship, but that's going to get overrun. He might want to place that structure down if it's important. But he's got 2 warp spheres. These need to be tripods. They're not tripods. Yeah, if they were tripods, maybe he would have held, but he's not going to hold now. He's not going to hold. There are orcas here attacking some units, but I mean, it just feels like it's going to be a matter of time. And Drive and AWEG 1 will just overrun this. And AWEG 1's just now do the same thing every game, which again begs the question, why not? I mean, it's got dev tanks. So say, why not? Oh, that's a good shot on the orca strike there. That's quite nice. Orcas flying around getting blown to pieces. Just one gets shot down there. Not sure if they're going to be able to hold up here. They do have a base down here. A drone ship is out, and he does have a tech center, but it's no real production. I think Alpha Zone may have a lot of money. Driver's got tons of money. AWEG hasn't got much. Alpha Zone's got actually bugger all. AWEG, Alpha. We can't actually see Dagman's vision for some reason. It might be bugged. But yeah, are they going to be able to hold this attack? They can probably hold out against these Seekers. These Seekers are somewhat bulletproof, so only the cannon weapons are going to work against this. There are a few dev tanks here. Initiator. Mate, I'll fucking initiate you. Like, CGF is just like taking everything and just throwing it up into the air. It's just like seeing where it lands. That'll do. Drive's got so much economy now, actually building Shatterer tanks, because why the hell not? Apparently Shatterer tanks don't actually do damage anymore. Apparently they heal the enemy, which is a little bit unusual as to why he's building them. It's just like the Supersonic Airstrike, you use that in CharlesMod and it repairs enemy aircraft. Luckily you can never hit anything with it, because they made that even more useless as well, so... And the GDI, what do you call it, Orbital Strike, which is basically a late game firework, is still a late game firework, so that was not fixed at all. But yeah, this game is done right now. Drive single-handedly now can just end this game. These tanks are going to take out that tier 3, and I mean, he's not going to get the hexapod out. It's too far away. It's just going to get cancelled as soon as this goes down. And there we go, cancel the hexapod. I mean, the hexapod is, again, a bit of a throw. Epic units in general are a bit of a throw in this game, especially if you build them this early on. There's tripods here now destroying Alpha Zone's main base, but they're going to get rolled on this particular map here. It's not going to be suitable. They are going to stick it out. I mean, Drive, just you can see on the radar, he's got so much forces across the map here. He's even pushed his MCV in here. He just doesn't care anymore. Sonic emitters, sorry, Shadow Tank's not even firing half the time, so... Here comes the big sell-off by Alpha Zero, so I probably called him Alpha Zone like 10 times in this particular series, but He's going to leave Dagman by himself. Dagman is just at the moment just... Oh, there we go. I was going to say he's stalling, but he has surrendered. Nothing to see here. Just drive, just powering ahead. So it's going to be 1-0. It should be obvious not to go to Revora when you're playing tournaments. They're just going to disrupt it. Futurama's paired with someone else. Wow, is this the map Pipeline Fusions? Let's have a look. I can't even bother looking at the brackets right now. It's just a bit of a train wreck. We'll just go to what we're supposed to be looking at. Prophecy, Suburban Arena again. Drives GDI, Damon's GDI. So it's the same teams. Same team, same factions. It's only 20 past 12. It's not as late as I thought it was. Although I guess it started at like 9:30. So down on the bottom side are prophecies. This map has a prophecy to be finished, I hope. We have Drive Russian playing as GDI and his ally AWEG1 playing as Traveler 59. Let's see if he does the all-in-one base Seeker push. We have Alpha Zero. But we all know that Green Zero is best Zero playing as Scrin here. And Dagman is playing as GDI on the right-hand side. Now, we have watched obviously 2 games on this level already. The first one was pretty garbage and the second one was much nicer, and it actually had our friend Dagman and Alpha Zone. I've called him Alpha Zone again, Alpha Zero. Let's see if they split the goods. Now, looks like AWEG1 is going to take both of those spikes. These guys will split the spikes on the right-hand side, so scouts coming across the map. There's a lot of buzzers here, and he will... Oh my god! Not only did he lose 3 buzzers on 1 buzzer, he couldn't actually kill the Rifleman squad at point blank. So, CharlesMod, yeah, Alpha Zone is not impressed. You probably can't see the chat because the webcam's over, but Alpha Zone is like, what the hell is going on there? They just lost another scout. So yeah, he lost 3 buzzers to 1 buzzer. Might have even been 4. There's no way they should have lost that. So 1 buzzer and 1 rifle, he lost nothing and killed 4 buzzers, 4 or 5 buzzers. That was nuts. He had to build a gun walker to try to cut this off here. Beacon comes down by AWEG1. Beacon comes down there. Looks like these guys are going to go hard on the anti-scout, but I mean, they will still get a scout off because Dagman still has 1 more squad over here. Few squads there that are all bunched up. Might want to spread those out. Don't get too close to those harvesters. They do have machine guns on them. Not going to attempt to clean that up this time. I mean, everything's been spotted, so there's not much point. Probably not worth building a foxhole for drive, since, I mean, it's very easy to clear that with the buzzer hive. And look at this, the pit opened again from Dagman. This time he's targeting AWEG1. Just 2. It looks like just 2 in total this time. It's actually going to come into... No, there's 3. Driver's here though. He's already aware. He's actually split his targets. He could have destroyed that pit bull there. Oh my god, he needs to destroy that line. Oh, that's nice. So 2 pit bulls for 1. So in the end, he makes it work. Beacon over here. He's just moving the MCV, nothing particularly special. And yeah, he's going to get that down, so he's going to get a third one. So sort of comes out okay for Dagman there. Battle markers over here, nothing sus. Scouts coming across, and Drive just losing these rifleman squads here, being chewed up by the gunwalkers. Dagman yet to put a ref down. We can see that there's no ref down either from Alpha Zone. Alpha Zero. And here we go. It's the same thing every single game. He's just going to War Factory. Again, why not play Scrin? Why not play Reaper? You're not building any Traveler specific units. And I mean, now that he's given them dev tanks, he's probably going to be aware of this. He's probably got a ref queued. But I mean, he's going to need some tanks. He's going to have to rely on his ally to send units across to help him hold this. Drive's gone for a fast airfield. These harvesters are easy pickings, by the way. There is no nerve center. There's 2 base defenses down. He is going to pull that harvester quick smart. And he's going to try to focus that down. Here come the Orcas. There is no double A here, so he's going to get these guys nice and easy. 1 harvester down. The harvester did evacuate, so they're not going to lose any harvesters here. But Dagman, is he doing something? He is. He's raiding AWEG-1's base, and he's got Predator tanks to come out to stop these guys. There's battle markers everywhere. Oh my god, he's coming in, and Drive is now destroying all the harvesters over here as well. This is getting super crazy right now. Disintegrator squads will clean this up. The Seekers are in the top half of the base there. Those Predator tanks might want to pull back. There's battle markers over here. AWEG-1 is down to 3 harvesters, but as we can see, Alpha Zero is down to just a single harvester. He might just focus it down. If he loses that, that's his last harvester. I think he's going to lose it. It's going to go down. Meanwhile, the Seeker tanks here are just pushing in, and at the end of the day, the damage is going to be done by AWEG-1 and Drive. AWEG-1 just doing the same thing every single time. And it's just working. It's just catching people off guard. And now look at this. Dagman's having trouble controlling. He had tanks there, but not in a proper position. And now they're all going down. You can see it's probably some panic queue moving coming in, which is why the screen stutters a bit there. That can happen when you have certain Russian players that try to queue move on old PCs. It just takes a lot of resources for the game to figure that out, or their CPU to figure that out, to path out every unit. They got some really old things as well. And that's it. I mean, these Orcas, there was no response to the Orcas there. Not that he could do much. He's lost another harvester of the Orca strike. So he managed to pump out 2 more harvesters before this really became too big of a problem. But I mean, the Seeker tanks here, Dagman is basically dead. He has no harvesters. He has no harvesters remaining. The Orca's not going to unload on the tanks. But I mean, they could have. There's no harvesters to unload on. They might as well unload on tanks. They're going to unload on the Seeker tanks though. They will take them down, leaving that one with a small amount of health. There's only 2 tanks here. These Seekers can just overrun this, and Dagman is basically done. He has to sell structures to get back in the game. Now, he can probably build 1 harvester, but I think he's pretty much finished. There's 3 harvesters there, and there is an expansion now. Drive has a healthy expansion. Alpha Zero has pretty much nothing, and this game is going to end momentarily, so we are going to see Drive and AWEG-1 again just pulled this out. And it's such a silly strat as well. I mean, obviously it wouldn't work in the real game, but in CharlesMod you can do stuff like this. Seeker spam as Traveler. These guys don't seem to realize it yet, but they are actually dead. Drive still lacking AP ammo again. He's been very heavily delayed on the AP ammo. Like, he just keeps forgetting about it. There's the sellout, and Dagman I'm expecting to follow suit momentarily. This game is done. So that means the Drive and AWEG-1 will proceed to the quarterfinals. That's right, we're only going to the quarterfinals. So, and there's a loser bracket, so get ready for a long one. Oh, itchy nose. Well, yeah. How can you not like? How can you like that map? It's garbage. Yeah, it is just trash. Yeah. And the fact that all these rounds played the same maps until you get to the quarterfinals is particularly boring as well. It's like you could have shaken it up like every round, but no, it's just the same stuff for the first couple of rounds. There's a lot of people. This is not good as well because there is a lot of people in the lobby. And if there's a lot of people in the lobby, it means there's no games going. I mean, we can see that AOA1 is not particularly good. He's just doing one thing. Clean and clear map. These guys here taking the piss. Brackets haven't been updated, so looks like Lamas and Wildcom will be playing the winner of Amarashi Shock Trap at Dorito Bart Jones. It's going to be a long time before those guys play. Look at that. Panda and S2 Enzio jump 1, 2, 3 rounds. I'm going to have to show you this, you guys, this because this is just psychotically stupid. You guys are going to have to see this. So here's the bracket. So this is the top half of the bracket that joins to here. And then if you go down, this is the bottom half of the bracket. So you can see that there was only 3 teams. So there was a game here. So Panda and SGNZ played 1 match. And now they've gone from here, because this is where they started because they had a free win. And they've gone to here. They bypassed there. And they're bypassed down. They're straight into the semi-finals after 1 game. So you have players which have to play 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds before the semi-final. And Panda SGA play 1 round and they're in the semi-final. They've completely balked up this tournament. This is now officially, I mean, if it wasn't a joke before, it's got to be one of the worst held, I think. I mean, obviously we have the Inca Open and the Decade Cup, which were just colossal failures. So I don't know if we're ready to go that far because the Decade Cup was fucking garbage. Oh my god, that was so bad. Looks like my sound is having some issues. Definitely something happening with my sound. There seems to be some glitches with my sound, yeah. Just gonna try to adjust some things. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. It should be fine. No one's reporting any issues. There's so many people in the lobby. Like no one knows what's happening. Look at all these players. Oh my god, did Bart Jones and Dorito beat Shock Trap it? I can't tell because no one's updating the brackets. CGF is abandoned ship, yeah. Well, we didn't see that coming. Yeah, that's the thing. He's just probably gone. He just doesn't care. No one's running this event. Both Lamas and Lumo are in the... Dorito is here. Why is Dorito not starting a game? So Panda's basically having to take over. SHP. Oh, he calls me and then he hangs up. Ah, what a garbage tournament. Tell you what, they're giving Phantom a run for his money. What do you guys think in the chat? Looks like we peaked at 107 viewers, but yeah, the thing is, this stream is just too slow paced. It's too slow paced, it's not enough happening. Shock Tripper has a cry. No, this is not the right map. They're still in the round of 3. God, there's so much. There's still so much to go. Who's Booker? Amarashi. God, that's a big freaking long name to spell, isn't it? AMA3. A Rashi. Wildcom. Never heard of some of these people. Lamas. Lamas I've heard of. I'm Lamasing my ass off right now. So we got green GDI, yellow screen. He's playing screen. Sign, screen, blue Zocon. Alright, one other series. This is the other round of 3 that's going on right now. Alright, let's hope that's right. Ralcom, sign screen, blue Zocon. Yeah, that was pretty good. Oh, alright. Hopefully it's not too bad, the lag. Shock Trapper didn't cry or anything like that, so let's see if he cries here. Oh wow, Forgotten Forest. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Don't worry, after this round we should be able to finally get back onto some different maps. So we have on the left hand side playing as Scrin, we have Shock Trapper. Get ready for the tears. And his ally, Amarashi, playing as GDI. Everything seems to be running fine, by the way. Yeah, everything's perfectly fine. And we have on the right hand side, we have Lamas. That's right. That's right. He's Lamasum. He's Lamorsum. And his ally, Ralcom. Is it Ralcom? Ralcom. Playing a Scrin. And this is how you do it with Lamas. You build your rifles and you don't move them. He's going to move them now. Alright, being a little bit critical. Just make sure the stream is going well. Make sure there's nothing sus. Everything looks pretty swanky. And we have some fast leg disintegrators coming out by the Shock, which is Trepet. And they move pretty quickly. As you can see, they move faster than 1.02 disintegrators because CGF decided it would be a good idea if everyone got fast legs. So that's going to happen. Rifleman squad are going to come up against these guys here. Push the wrong button there. Didn't need to push that button. They actually kill quite a number of these squads here. And he's going to pull another squad, but he's just going to run here. I'm pretty sure the disintegrators are actually slightly faster than the Rifleman squad. Again, just to make things even more difficult for GDI, like they had a problem with that already. We're going to see a bit of duking with the Buzzer Swarm, but unfortunately for Ralcom didn't... Oh no, he could jump in that structure. He's actually going to try to run for it. He could have just jumped in the structure. I'm not sure why he didn't do that. He tried to get around. There was a Gunwalker coming down here and an APC. Dat response. It's got a Rifleman squad inside. That's some pretty intense response there. Those are going to be completely cleaned up. They're not very particularly expensive. I think disintegrators are even cheaper than normal in this version of the patch, I think. I'm not sure. I'd have to probably double check, but if they are, that's trash. That's a fast blue tib harvester coming out here from Amarashi. I didn't even bother memorizing the names. These people, I don't even know these people. Lamas is going to come down with an APC, but I mean he's running away from a gun weapon. It's actually slowly picking apart the... it's doing a reasonable amount of damage for gun weapon. But nonetheless, he's going to move in here. He's going to find another tower and a pitbull. That APC is particularly speedy. Yeah, APCs drive so freaking quickly in this particular version of the patch. But we'll keep an eye on it, see what everyone's doing. So just eco for everybody. We can see Lamas is pumping out a couple of these pit bulls here just to cause problems. No one's getting... Oh, actually, no, sorry. Amarashi did go for the blue Tiberium field there, so he does have something there. Railcom has a Seeker tank in here, but it's probably just for scouting. He's probably going to back out. It looks like the APC was lost from Lamas, and they've spotted the Harvester now, and they're trying to beeline for it. The Seeker tank putting some damage. He's not going to get it, but at the same time, he's only got just over half a tank. It's probably not worth it considering this Harvester drove from the main base, reverse moved back, and then went there. So to get only half a load after all of that transition, all that driving around, he probably spent more on fuel than he does have Tiberium in the back of that thing. So these Disintegrators should be able to dispatch these forces here. That Gunwalker hits only one, so once he overruns it, which he's going to get it shortly, the rest of the units can't really do anything about that. They have no other anti-infantry here, so they're going to need some anti-infantry if they want to persist. Otherwise, the Disintegrator squads are too cost-effective, so I'm just going to check out the price of those bad boys there. Make sure they didn't mess with them. They are still $300.
Enemy base sighted. Construction complete.
Lamas off. That's a good one. Foundry comes down because Shock Trapper's like, he builds for Russia. He builds for the Soviet Union. He's a worker. That's how they do it in Russia. A lot of pitbulls coming in, by the way. These pitbulls have caught Shock Trapper completely off guard. He has no units here. He has to put down double spike, but actually one of those is not his. This is going to hurt a bit. There is another fight happening over here. No, it's just some Disintegrator squads. There is a battle marker up the backside. It's just a Gunwalker. Shields is done. But, I mean, the Harvesters were pulled. It's a good pull, but, I mean, it's not going to save these Harvesters. There's a Dev tank there as well. Another Harvester goes down. Biocom rocks up with some forces as well. They could start destroying some of these structures here, but they back off. I guess they felt they did a lot of damage, and they can back off from that. They didn't push their advantage any further. I mean, there's two Dev tanks. No charge, but... Oh, there's actually an army moving through here now. The Disintegrator squad's causing problems. There is some Rifleman squad here, but it's not going to be enough. He doesn't have any upgrades on the Shock Troopers, so again, being CharlesMod, they've gone a bit crazy with some of these other unit compositions. Battle markers down here, we're going to actually see some of these units coming out. Pitbulls driving through Predator tanks, not a good idea. It's not good for their health. I'd like to see what this beam weapon here is. So $750, upgrades the Disintegrator with enhanced beams, increasing the attack range. $750 and just 15 seconds. Why bother? Why bother? Don't need a tech center or anything by the looks of it. Wow, those Ravagers are cheap now. They used to be like $1,200. And that's the thing, no one was saying that everyone knows those types of units needed to be fixed, but what they've done with this mod is just completely out of this world, out of character. Bloodhounds coming in to reinforce for Amarashi. No APM. Is everyone just forgetting that exists or something? Does that do the same thing as it used to, or does it do something different? Look at that. Snipes a Harvester there. He's going to need some anti-infantry here. He will take that that Hammerhead down. Again, there's no... He doesn't have any... He doesn't have anything. Battle markers down here. There's a big fight. There is a fight happening down in the bottom corner there. That's actually nothing, by the way, so we're going to keep an eye out here. The infantry is somewhat getting shredded, but the pitbulls are here as well. He's going to overrun this area. He needs to make sure he takes out that that hive. Actually trying to kill the Ravagers as they come out. He doesn't have AP ammo either. Is there an off switch? Are people... Oh, Firehawks now being built and being shot down. There's a lot of turrets here, but again... AP ammo finally being researched by Amarashi. He has no power though, he has to sell this off. Battle markers carrying on up here. The Zocom attack continues. He's moving his MCV into position. He may actually have a tech center, in which case he can place down sonic emitters. But he needs to place that down kind of right now. Yeah, it's getting a little bit too close for comfort there. Battle marker, single tank getting taken out. These forces will be dispatched. Dead Harvesters though, the last of the Seeker tanks will evac from this position. Maybe two of them get away, not much. That's a big price to pay. Amarashi has some scattered tech forces here. Again, trying to go for fire, it's not going to happen. Puts down the turrets. Again, what is going on with this AP ammunition? Has it been deleted? He doesn't have a comm center, which means his only anti-infantry is the rocket squads. He needs to hope he has enough to overrun those guys there. He should have enough, but I don't think he's got enough anti-infantry. His MCV may be in a bit of trouble. That Hammerhead will get taken out. Has to use the stasis just to buy time for his ally here, so... Lamas is getting thrown a lifeline from Wildcom. There is a Devastator warship there and a Storm column though. Oh, this could have been... This might have been a mistake. He's taken some serious damage on the MCV now. That Devastator warship, every hit takes a big chunk off the health of that MCV. Another big chunk comes down. He's going to have to get an engineer out quick smart, or he's going to have to back it up. He's going to have to back it up. He's going to have to back up. He's going to have to deploy. He's going to take one more shot. He's going to be dead. That's going to be the end of it. So he's going to lose that, unfortunately. No engineer was constructed. There's a barracks right there. No retreat was given. He does have a lot of tanks here, though. He's got about 7 tanks there, or 6 tanks there. Wildcom is making a move over here. Has some Ravagers, has some tripods. There's not enough here. He could just go into the underbelly. All the technology is here from these players as well. Even up the back there, he's going to be able to carve a big hole, and the Zocon player Lamas is now pushing through. Can't do much about the Devastators, which is a bit of a problem, but he can snipe that Harvester. He can deny mining. He's just double raxing it out. There's a lot of units by Amarashi. He's got slingshots and he's got Zorkers, but I mean, it's too late. He's built Firehawks again, but he doesn't have anywhere to put them. The tech center is down, and now he's going to go for the MCV. Let's see how much damage the Shatterer takes to. Put the health bars on for this one. Not a lot. He will take out the... And look at that, just pops those piece of cake. No worries, see you later. Meanwhile, the drone ship's actually being threatened. Oh man, Shock Trapper is going to lose the drone ship as well. Oh, he got an engineer, and he did what Lamas couldn't do, and that was push the F3 key. Does he have enough? I don't think... Does he have enough to try to focus it down again, or is just another engineer going to come out? I'm not 100% sure. Those tripods are retreating. He had to phase out. And look at that. He just repaired it again. And all those units were just getting torn up while they were doing that because they were just trying to focus it down. Retreats back, but with those 2 Devastator warships, these buildings are toast. They're toast. They're going to be destroyed. These last buildings are going to go down. Does Lamas have the ability to rebuild? Oh, he does. I was going to say, if he didn't have a war factory or a barracks or anything, he's got Harvesters doing the funky chicken dance, so we can see that 1.03 is not immune to Harvester bugging. I'm not sure if it fixed itself then, or if Lamas had some impact now. Luckily for Lamas, Wildcom does have this base here. He will lose one of the refs though, which is unfortunate. Puts the plasma missile battery down. Probably going to put a few more of those down. Can Amarashi really recover though? Like, there's no Tiberium here. He's going to have to move. He has some forces. I mean, he's got 2 Juggernauts, a half-dead tripod, and 2 Zone Troopers. The rest of the forces are scattered. They won't really have a big impact. Oh, he actually grabbed a second tripod. So he managed to grab a second one. And look at that. They're just outranging that plasma missile battery. He does have shard launchers. He does have shards, so we need to see some more turrets come down because those Firehawks are going to come back, and if there's nothing to shoot them down, there's nothing to stop him from bombing yet a second ref. Lamas has got out an MCV, and now Shock Trapper is able to refine, so this game is going to continue. We're going to see a continuation of the series here. Of this particular game. I'm not sure what Wildcom's building. He's putting down a lot of gravity stabilizers. He is well aware there are Firehawks out though. Fully upgraded Firehawks. They hold 6 missiles each, and that's 24 missiles in total. He can shoot down a lot of aircraft with that, but he's probably got bombs equipped, which he almost certainly. And putting the turret down once they're already, he could have had at least 3 or 4 of them down by now, but instead, not going to. He is going to get a catch on 1, maybe 2 of the Devastators. That would be very nice because Shock Trapper does not have any back. He's got no more backing up. He's going for Storm Riders. Oh my god, this has actually caught him out. They're actually forcing or moving together with this attack here now. They need to make sure they have enough to take out the infantry. I don't think the Shock Troopers, they do have plasma missile launchers, but are there enough of them? There's quite a bit of anti-infantry here. There's anti-air as well. Those Storm Riders I don't think are going to be able to do too much. That one does take a lot of punishment, but it does get away. They need to make sure they focus down the base defenses, but since Wildcom has somewhat abandoned the center field, we can see this army is moving in now, and he's just bombing this. There's nothing to defend that, so they're desperately trying to overrun Shock Trapper. And you know what? I think they're going to overrun it. They're going to overrun him for sure, almost certainly. There's almost no way he can escape. The Storm Rider takes a massive amount of punishment, and now he can just destroy all these units. But Wildcom is moving forward. There are Storm Riders there, though. Oh, there's no AA. I'm not sure. He had 1 or 2 slingshots, but maybe they were focused. I don't know. But nonetheless, these forces, it's just a matter of time. There's no AA. He's going to clean them up. The Firehawks, there's 2 of them are missing, so 2 of them were shot down. Zorkers come in. Firehawks are there. They're not firing anything. Oh man, Amarashi, he's spooked. He's spooked. He's got Firehawks flying around there. I don't know if that's a Q move. I don't know if they're on hold ground stance. They finally fire, but I mean, oh my god, that Firehawk is still alive. Finally falling there. finally falling, but this attack has just pushed through, and yeah, Shock Trap, it's done. He is done. He's out of this game. Amarashi is going to follow suit despite that attack. He just didn't have any double A, so it doesn't matter if he somehow cleans the storms. There's an army in the top of the map that's just going to melt the rest of the units away. So that was actually a good game. That was a good game. I like that one. It was a good effort by all players there. Looks like Dorito is playing his series as well. They are also against Lumos and Best. It's probably a loser bracket fight. Now, that wasn't the last... That was game 1. So they must be remaking. Ooh. So Rylcom and Lamas. Now just remember, all these games I'm casting are all still from the winners bracket, so none of these teams have lost at all in these series. I spelled Shock Trap its name wrong. Shock Trap Pet. Hopefully you didn't notice. Alright, GDI and Scrin, that's the same. Scrin's OCOM, the Masters are going to stick with it. But yeah, what did you guys think about that game? I thought that game was actually turned out to be decent. No problems with the stream. GZ, I remember saying privet. Privet. Now, you can't even begin to discuss potential balance of this. This mod is so crazy that it's so far gone. Like Charles said, it's been in development for 3. It's a patch. They think it's a patch. It's obviously a mod because it's been in development for 3 years, and it's had 160 updates, and it's probably the most broken it's ever been. Because when I was playing it, it was just getting more and more broken and more far off from the... If this is like... This is balance, this is center, and then you've got units either side of it. He was just pushing in one direction, and that direction just went way off the scale to where micro and skill doesn't matter. It's just about ball Q moving. Just remember, guys, this year is only the 3rd round. This is round 3 of the winners bracket. So these guys have played 2 opponents each. This is their 3rd opponent. After this, we get to the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, then the grand final. Alright, so we have, as the green, Zocom, sorry, we have Lamas, and he was Lamorsome last game. And over here we have his ally, Rylcom. I know nothing about Rylcom, I've never heard of him until today. But he didn't do too badly. And on the right hand side we have Shock Trapper, who's probably the bigger player. I almost said number 1, but I'm like, in 2v2, that doesn't make sense. He's more of, I mean, in Tiberium Wars, he was definitely one of the best in the world. I think he's definitely more of a Tiberium Wars player than he was ever a Kane's Wrath player. And his ally over here playing as the green GDI is Amarashi. Amarashi. It definitely sounds Asian. I mean, maybe he's from Japan. Maybe he's part of the Olympic committee or team or hosting or something to do with it. Maybe he's not even from Japan. Maybe he's from China. I don't know. It sounds like it should be coming from Southeast Asia or somewhere like that. Have you guys been watching the Olympics? I have been watching the Olympics. And it's really good. It's just, it only rocks up every 4 years. You might as well watch it. You might as well switch other crap off or stop doing stuff just to go watch it. Because, man, it only rocks up every 4 years. It's one of those things. Now, we're going to see these scouts get completely overrun there, so Shock Trumpet's going to overrun that. Shock Trumpet does take both spikes, where these guys split spikes, but it looks like Railcom, he's 100% forgotten that he has a spike capture there. So he's probably going to stall for cash relatively soon. I mean, it looks like it's there ready to capture. Maybe there's a glitch, I don't know. But one of these players will probably notice at some point. The thing is, if you forget about it, you can tend to not remember like for the whole game sometimes, or at least quite far into the game. Anti-scouting coming through now, and this is a problem because there's buzzers there. I mean, it is stealth because it's not moving, but it's one of them things. Oh, my throat's getting a bit dry. Oh, what time is it? It's 1 AM. We are casting into the early hours of the day here. And I'm still just keeping an eye on this one here. So poor Railcom has not realized that he has not yet captured his spike. Beacon comes down. It's going to spot that there. So it looks like Lamas is going to run for that foxhole. And he's going to try to put a turret down. It's not going to be quick enough. Is he going to go into the foxhole? Yeah, he's going to get in there. And that's, oh no, it's going to be a buzzer hive coming down. So it won't matter. Shock Trumpet will de-garrison that for his ally. Is it the expansion going for a refinery? Refinery from Lamas as well. Already has the harvester out. There is a squad there. Hopefully his ally can maybe do the same thing and drop a hive for him. Clear that out. Just deny the vision. Infantry versus infantry. Looks like Lamas will be able to kill those. Not a problem. A few pitbulls coming forward, and yeah, Amarashi got a bit greedy there. He's got an APC coming. He's got a tower here as well. Is it just me or Harvest? The Harvesters seem like they have less health. These pitbulls put that Harvest health down super quick. But yeah, he is going to get that. It could just be the faster rockets. I don't know. He gets a Harvester kill with just 3 pitbulls. He's going to lose 2 pitbulls, I think. Maybe. Nah, he should definitely lose that one. That APC should be able to finish that. He will. Two pitbulls for a harvester this early in the end is fantastic. Repair drones come down. Almost gets one harvest. Another harvest coming up. Railcom just putting the pressure on here. No, sorry, Shock Trumpet putting the pressure on Railcom. So Railcom's the one who's getting the pressure. Repair drones are down. There is no lightning spike. Now, he went for double ref, so he's in deep trouble. He's not going to have the forces sufficient to defend this out now. And I'm not sure if his ally can help him. He does have a war factory, but he's got his own problems here. 2 ref comes down now for Amarashi, and he has to pull back. He's got a warp sphere here now. He needs to pull these harvesters up. Oh my god, did he pull all the harvesters? I was going to say, no, not quite. There are 2 towers here, but unfortunately there's no power. The towers are back up and running. So now that the towers are back up and running, they should be able to provide some cover from the disintegrator squads, and hopefully he can clean up from here. There are a few people running through this area, but I think Shock Trumpet, he's just down to Gunwalker, so I think he's just content to leave. Get some repairs with the drones on the way out, so he might be able to get a few of these forces away. Beacon comes down here, a lot of Predator tanks there. He's going into infantry as well to boost up his Predator strength. Oh my god, he runs through those mines. That's not very good at all. Battle markers raging everywhere on this map here. Pitbull's running through, not quite getting a kill. There's a lot happening. Maybe he got one. No, there is 5 harvesters there, so maybe he got one. I'm not sure. I don't think he did. Battle markers over there as well. There's tanks. We'll have to back up. They see infantry and they can't deal with it, especially when there's tanks with the infantry, because the tanks will block, of course, any type of crush maneuver. Railcom defending out his base. He does have a lot of economy down here. So all 4 teams setting up nicely on their expansion. Couple of rifleman squad here from Lamas, and that means Railcom can actually move these seeker tanks in. The defenders he can't build these disintegrator squads. He can't defend with them. Battle marker up here, but I think, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Lamas is going to be fine, and now he's going to be able to go in. He's going to have to put a guardian coming down. Gets an easy clap kill. If he focuses down the harvesters, he can get those kills easily. He's turned around. The riflemen have been dispatched now. The riflemen have been dispatched, so the seekers aren't going to be as effective. They almost take out the guardian cannon, not quite. He's going to go forward again, maybe just try to take out that harvester. He should target that one. That one's actually closer. Doesn't quite get the kill. Forces the phase field, and he instantly switches targets. Battle markers over here. It looks like these tanks are going to engage. Oh my god, that's messy. That is messy. I think Lamas is going to have enough, though. He can move forward for the crush momentarily. There's only 1 tank remaining. Big EMP blast comes down. This attack has been cleaned, by the way. It has been cleansed. But I mean, look at this. Lamas is pushing forward. Another war factory comes down to help stem the tide. Sniper teams are here. That's going to be a problem. They can one-shot these infantry units. He scans for the buzzer swarm, and he will get that squad. There is 2 more squads behind it, though. This is a problem. Predators and snipers. Hang on a second. This could be a serious problem as long as he gets outside the range of the tower. But unfortunately, getting shot at from the tower there, he needs to get rid of that sonic emitter pretty quickly. Oh my god, it did basically nothing to those Predator tanks. I think CGF has got it out for the sonic emitter, in my opinion. Wildcom trying to defend this out. He has shields, and look at that. Shock Trooper has to pull back. He's going to pull back. Oh my god, Lamas is putting on some serious pressure. Snipers versus snipers, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade there, basically. These tanks need to get to work on doing some damage here. And oh my god, Amarashi, he's dried up. He's pulled a lot of his harvesters. He's pulled a lot of his harvesters. Meanwhile, Wildcom is trying to make headway. He's got his MCV down here, but it's not going to... Oh, it could be enough. You never know. There's only 1 tripod there. He's pushing these guys back. Meanwhile, this fight is going to continue. Oh my god. He's got his MCV up the ramp. This is bad news, Bears. Now that he's up the ramp, he can start placing structures on the high ground. He's going to try to get rid... He could actually destroy that harvester pretty quickly. He's going to try to get rid of the storm column. Meanwhile, this fight is going to continue on. We can see the double devastator here. The double devastator is a problem. He's trying to focus down the warp sphere. He's not going to quite get that. He's going to lose a devastator warship. He gets 1 more shot. He gets the warp sphere. That's critical. That's huge. He is going to lose a devastator though. That's quite poor. These tanks now being cleaned up by surprisingly turrets. I'm not sure why he hasn't put anything down with the MCV. Maybe he has no money. Maybe something was happening there. No, there's nothing happening there from the mast. I would have thought he'd been putting sonic emitters down or something to bolster his forces. He doesn't have many forces. He's got some infantry, but these tanks are now being finished off by the towers. And there's no sonic emitter. It's really delayed. He's actually trying to snipe that refinery down. Unfortunately, that plasma missile battery is in range, and oh my god, he must be kicking himself there. He just couldn't quite get out of range, and he couldn't destroy the refinery. I think he must have repaired it with an engineer because it's at full health. Not unless he lost it and instantly placed another one, and I didn't see. But yeah, Lamas can't get in. He needs a sonic emitter. He needs to put sonic emitters down. He's putting towers down. I don't know why. He can just use his infantry to camp the edge of the field and then use sonic emitters to clear, because just going into these towers is not going to be effective anymore. A lot of tripods coming down here. These guys might actually be able to hold this off. Got the stasis coming down. Expect the stasis to come down any second now. There's the stasis. He needs to try to take out the tripods while he's got an advantage. They are going to turn around and show their rear armor. He's going to get that one easy clap. That one's going to be destroyed. And he's going to get a harvester as well. These infantry forces are going to be destroyed. He's chasing that other one back, but he is going to destroy... I just destroy harvesters. There's actually harvesters sitting around here. He's going to go for the EMP. Almost certainly doesn't get the EMP off. Oh my god, Shock Trapper gets the EMP off. Is he going to get a double EMP off? No, he kills one. There's another one which is EMP. This might not work out quite well for him. Meanwhile, there's actually a lot of towers in. No AP ammo for Lamas. Lamas is just like, no AP ammo. Devastator warship comes in. He needs to make sure he clears the husks. And yes, he is going to clean the husks, which is nice. There's a Devastator warship here, 2 Devastator warships. Oh, man. He just placed that right next to the tripod. Like, that was silly. He's showing his lack of skill there, and I think Lamas is just going to win here. He's just reinforcing with tanks, and it's working, and he's even putting Zorkas, and he's dropped all the towers, and I think Amarashi is dead, so I don't think it matters if Railcom wins here. I think his ally is dead, and I mean, he's going to try to take off with the drone platform. The Devastator warships actually kill that, but I mean, he's got an assimilator right there, and yeah, the Devastators aren't watching, so they're just going to be able to destroy that. That will go down. He has some of these Zorkas. They will drop some of these units. He's got 4. He needs to stop building them. That's too many. Like, the Devastators are a specialized unit. You don't really spam a huge amount of them. Amarashi's fighting. I'm not sure what for. He has nothing left. He basically has nothing left. Now, Shock Trapper, he has held, but it cost him everything. It cost him everything to hold that. And now he has nothing left, and there's Tiberium here. You can see even Railcom is sending harvesters there, and Lamas is taking Tib off, only taking a little smidge, and he needs to probably sort that out a bit better. We'll rebuild a drone platform. But Amarashi realizes now he's pretty much finished, so he can't do anything. He's going to have to tap out, but that rule's going to come into effect where you can't give your ally all your stuff, and he has actually exited the game, but Shock Trapper has also followed suit straight away, so it is not going to matter. But look at that. Wild Common Lamas, we have yet another team that I'm sort of getting attached to in this tournament here. We have just the craziest teams in the craziest mod with the craziest games. So there you go. So yeah, they will. That's the series. They've won the series 2-0. Looks like some of the loser circle games are actually being played. So Alpha Zero and Alpha Zero playing against Center and Outlaw. Didn't we watch them already? I'm not 100% sure. We can actually now cast a semi-final, and that's really what I want to do. So Drive and AWEG will be playing Lamar, and it'll be a best of 5, and it'll be new maps. So I'm definitely gonna cast a semi because it's gonna be a lot more interesting. Repicking teams in a $1,000 tournament. Holy crap! Buy cheat card. Yeah, oh man, they couldn't have stuffed it up anymore. There was just so many mistakes laid upon it, and it's mistakes that they make in the past, and they just repeat them. Like, that's what gets me. Like when I went to host tournaments, and this was very specific with some of the bigger events and stuff. Like, I looked at past events, and I was like, all right, what are the mistakes that people are making, and why do they keep making the same mistakes? And a lot of the reason they made the same mistakes is because people like to change history. They like to just make history the way they wanted it to be, which means they don't ever learn from their mistakes. 2, they don't care about the game. A lot of the game replays tournaments, they just didn't care about the game, so it didn't matter to them. They would just throw the same copy-pasted material on top of each other, and they didn't care that it stuffed up over and over again. So when I hosted tournaments, I looked at the mistakes they would make, and I'm like, all right, cool, we obviously know these are mistakes, we need to avoid them. So that's why I was able to host tournaments that ran so smoothly and so successfully, because, you know, I can learn from other people just had no initiative. It's the same reason why every time like someone tried to host a league, including game replays, they always failed, and they always failed because of the same problem. And that was that they just relied on other people to organize themselves, which they never do. And they, league after league after league, would just collapse by the second or third week over and over again. And they just, like a year later, they'd host another league and they'd just make the same mistakes, and another league, and a year later, the same. And I'm just like, oh my God. So when we hosted the Command League, I'm like, all right, cool, we got to make sure we don't repeat all these god-awful mistakes that these other people are repeating. And that's why the Command League actually worked. It's the only league that I'm aware of that actually ever succeeded. That was of any real notable length. GC, what foreign languages do you speak? I don't speak any foreign languages. There's no scores on anything in the loser bracket either. They're just pushing teams through as the tournament falls apart. You can basically just stick around and you just get through. CharlesMod. Come on, drive. Oops. Foreign language is this guy here. How long is this stream going for? 4 hours. 4 hours. See, that's the thing. There's people to play, but they're all just AFK. I'm going to take a short break. But don't go anywhere. We've got the semi-finals coming up. Should be a cracker. New maps. Best of 5. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We've got CharlesMod. More craziness of the CharlesMod coming up very shortly.
reach love. 'Cause I'm not dreaming. No, I'm not dreaming. 'Cause I'm not dreaming. No, I'm not dreaming. I'm not dreaming.
Nothing to do but believe. Just believe. Just another day. Just believe. Another day. Just breathe. Another day. Just believe. Another day. Just breathe. I'm used to it by Just believe. Just breathe. Just believe.
Alright guys, so interesting news. Like you guys didn't need any more bad news, but basically people have started to, the tournament started to disintegrate So some players have just left who are still in the winners bracket. So that's really just going to stall and end that pretty much right there. Also, everyone's abandoned all the organizers have abandoned the tournament, so no one's actually running it anymore. We got Dorito. Some of the loser bracket rounds are still progressing, so I don't know what's going to happen. The winners bracket has stopped, so that's basically done. And since no one's updating the brackets or running anything, I really don't know what's going to happen for me. I think I might have to abandon an event because it's just nothing's going to happen.
I'm used to it by now.
Oh, these guys aren't even playing because their previous opponents have stalled as well. I don't know what to tell you guys. This just has zero organization. It's possible the organisers may return and just try to host the rest of the tournament tomorrow, but I mean there's still quite a few players that are involved, and so there's no guarantee that they're all going to rock up. So if I give you the best update I possibly can, there are 3 teams left in the winners bracket, but they're stuck. They can't progress because people have left. The losers bracket is sort of stalled out as well. There's some series which just nothing's happened for a long time. Senna versus Dagman and Commander. Didn't those guys literally just play? Yeah, they've already played together. Nothing's going to happen there. Senna wouldn't let me in. Well, I don't know if he wouldn't let me in. He didn't respond on Discord, so he probably didn't see it, because otherwise he would have let me in. I'm just wondering if maybe I should retire and just go back to hosting tournaments, because the fact is, you see a tournament, the fact that all this time people still can't host anything. CGF, god damn it, man, holy crap. For some reason, he won't give me admin powers on the tournament system either, so I can't fix anything. You know, I've got no involvement in this tournament. I just decided, you know what, I'll just rock up and stream. That's the extent of my involvement in this tournament. I think our viewership is starting to plummet. Yeah. None of these series are going anywhere. There's people just sitting around. I guess we could try this. I'll stick around for a bit longer and see if any of the loser bracket series start. Because apparently, I mean, we missed out on the Senna series, which that's down here. I'll show you the brackets. So this is the loser bracket. So I was trying to get on this game here, Senna and Dagman and Commander, so they're playing there. It's round 4. Future and Desolator Troop are sitting here waiting for an opponent. I'm not sure if they're even playing. I haven't seen those players are all sitting in the lobby, so they're probably not. I don't know what they're doing. I haven't seen any of those players. Apparently Bike Rush 2-0'd them, but they progressed. I don't know what the hell's going on. All these, there's 0-0s everywhere, and you still got this god awful mess down here. Look at that. What the hell? How can you be this bad? Like, it was clearly not built or tested or anything. CGF's just so bad. I've already messaged him, just ripping him a new one. He just hasn't responded because he knows he's fucked up. Let's be clear. Oh, I wasn't taking a total piss take out of you, Panda. Panda, you have had some problems though. There's been some serious delays in your tournaments, but you have disqualified people quite promptly. Like, Panda is good at hosting tournaments, but there have been a few issues, especially with some of the other tournaments where there was way too much delay, or the tournament started like more than half an hour late. And I'm like, if you cut that shit out, then you've got a really solid event. But because of that, that's the one thing holding the Panda tournaments back. It wasn't every Panda tournament, just the last couple. But in general, Panda does host a good tournament. I don't know what's going on. Again, there's people in here that should be playing, but they're not. Not a bot. I'm starting to get a bit tired now, so since I'm sitting here, it would be good if it was a fluent tournament. I remember back in the day when I used to cast a fluent event, you could just jump from one series to the next, to the next, to the next. But now we've spent probably 3 times as long on either lobby screens or me taking a break and stuff than you've actually been in games. We've only casted like 3 series or 4 series. I casted that one. They put people in the tournament that didn't even show up. Like, they put June Tiger and this guy in. They weren't even here. They didn't even check in. Yeah. If you're gonna host a tournament, like, if you're gonna host a tournament, like, it's not that hard. It's not really that hard. People just keep making the same mistakes. This is totally stalled. It was like CGF was trying to gloat how he got so many people to sign up. I'm just like, I looked at these people like, most of these people aren't going to rock up, and if they do, they're just going to leave. Like, and that's exactly what happened. Like, it was a super weird $1,000 event. Like, you put $1,000 tournament when it really is just a flip of the coin on who you get. Do you get a good ally or not? And of course, the more pro you are, the bigger the noob they put. If you're up here and you're super pro, they'll give you the worst noob possible. But as you get in, you get less pro. They put not so bad, and then eventually you meet in the middle where you have 2 mids, and that's the team that's going to do the best. Yeah, $1,000 tournament. It's just, he's just wasting his money. He's just wasting. He's gonna have, like, Judge Power's gonna have to do something. He's gonna have to basically turn around and say, all right, cool, play the rest of the tournament tomorrow. Whoever doesn't rock up is basically out. It doesn't matter how you spin it, it's gonna be bad. It doesn't matter how you spin it, it's gonna be bad. And I mean, what do? Do you knock back do you remake a new tournament and redo the prize? Like, what about the people that are winning in this one? They're gonna be like, what the hell? It's not hard to organize. People just don't put in the work. They don't put in the effort to run the event. They just assume it'll run itself, and it doesn't. You know, it makes me want to do those behind the scene videos even more about the tournaments I've hosted and show you how much work goes into them. A lot of work goes into those. I would spend hours and hours and hours and days organizing those. You know, the Command League took an immense amount of effort to produce. There's so much stuff on my drives in the archives from that type of thing. It's unreal when Phantom comes out and tries to tell everyone how hard he works on his tournaments because he can use the Control V button, you know, because that's all it is. Fucking last tournament, Control V, boom, and it was just it had dates in the past and like other people's names on it and stuff because he didn't even edit the time or the date or anything, and it was like so bad. I'm like, and then of course no one would rock up, and you gotta prepare. One of the big things is that people don't advertise properly. They don't advertise properly. When I had a tournament, I would advertise it every day. I would send people emails because I have an email list because I used my own website. Send people emails, constantly send people reminders on like Skype or Messenger or whatever we were using back in the day. With Discord, it'd be so easy. You could just simply send everybody like 2 reminders, one like a few days before and one like on the day of the event. This is today, put ads and stuff like that. And that's how you get people to rock up, because a lot of people don't rock up because they forget about it. GC tournament final boss. Yeah, our it makes me want to run a tournament. Yeah. It would be, you be there on time, check-ins close at 12 GMT. You have to be checked in by 12 GMT. If you're not checked in, you're not in the tournament. We're not going to sit and wait for you. That's the problem that they had. Like, okay, maybe you give people an extra 15 minutes. Maybe. But don't advertise that. Tell them you have to be there or you're DQ'd. And because if you don't enforce anything, then people stuff around. And if you make the brackets, you need to make the brackets within 15 minutes of the tournament starting. And then if people do not start within 5 minutes of the bracket being made, you spam them with messages, and if they don't respond, you kick them out and you update the bracket and move them out. Like that's what you got to do. And some, like, I remember people back in the day used to complain because they used to go AFK for half an hour, and then they come back and we'd DQ'd them. They're like, "Oh, why was I DQ'd?" I'm like, "You fucking left." You know, Inca did it as well. I used to tell him, I was like, "Don't you leave? You've got to play in a few minutes." And then he goes, "No, I'll be like 5 minutes." And then like 45 minutes later, he came back, and we'd obviously disqualified him like half an hour ago. And we're just like, "Oh, we're not waiting. This is not your parade." You know, if you want to play in the tournament, you need to be free for these couple of hours. And I would run a 1v1 tournament in like 3 or 4 hours. Like, you go look at the World Championship, we had the bracket stages. They were done in 3 or 4 hours. And that was like 64 people, you know, because we held that over multiple weeks. But basically, like, take for example the round of 24. Each group had 6 people. You had 5 opponents, 5 best of 3s. That's what, you know, that's 10 to 15 games that you have to play. And it was done within 3 or 4 hours. I was sitting there and it was like, 3 or 4 hours in and everyone was done. Because we didn't fuck around. Nowadays you have tournaments that go for this like 8-9 hours and you're only like playing 3 rounds. Like, what the fuck is taking so long? If I should set up I should arrange a fundraiser or a drive-through command post to have, maybe I should use my own PayPal. Hell, that would probably be a good idea. And I'd be like, hey, if you want me to host a tournament, donate to my PayPal, and maybe I'll set one up later on if this comes to fruition. And if you guys want to donate, you donate, and then I see how much money I get, and then I'm like, yep, cool, this is what I can put on with this much money. And I'll just give the whole lot away, you know, because I paid for all kinds of stuff. I hosted a website and paid for hosting, domain hosting. I gave away my own money to tournaments. You know, I pay for my own software and everything. I don't make money off Kane's Wrath. I spend money on Kane's Wrath. You know, it's a hobby. So any money you send to me is just going to be spent on the game, or it's going to be in the prize money. Yeah, I'm certain with the people, what people are saying, that if I put like up a PayPal link or something like that and said, hey, I'm going to host a tournament, donate to the tournament, and I could do all kinds of crazy stuff. I made a whole website for hosting tournaments. I checked the other day, I hosted about, I'm just recounting. I think I hosted about 12 or 13 tournaments officially in my career. And they were held from about 2014. I think the last one was in about 2016, maybe 2017. So over a couple of years. It was easily 12 or 13 tournaments, and they were all amazing. I should make a video about it. What do I want? Yeah, nothing's happening here. Look, I don't know, guys. This is just completely stalled. No one's talking or doing anything. Oh. SHP. But yeah, I can probably set something up through command post. Might be the easiest way. Let me just have a look and see what it does here. Create new. Oh yeah, there is a donation tab. It goes to CGF, yeah, of course. I gotta see if I can modify that, because I'm not having you guys send your money to him. He'll probably just pocket it. You got to remember, I've probably been in over 100 tournaments. You know, I know the mistakes people make. I know how to run a tournament event. Who ran the Kane's Wrath WWC 2014 greatest tournament of all time? First go. That was the first thing I ever hosted, and it was fucking on point. Went down in history. It was so good, it got me banned off game replays. They were so salty. Interesting fact. I've probably said this before in the past, but originally, back in late 2013, when me and Bike Rush were like, hey, we've got all this money, we got all these donations, because he had a huge stream going, he had lots of money and donations, and I got donations as well. And we were talking, it's like, we need to make this wicked event. And I told Bike Rush, we need to get game replays in on this. We need their website to host it. That's really the only practical way. And at this time, I'd left game replays, but they had not yet come back after. Well, they had come after me, but they hadn't fucked things up like royally at that point. They did that later on. And I kept saying, Bike Rush, no, we need to get game replays in on this. We need to host it on their website. That's where everyone is. That's where everyone goes. Because this is like 2013. This is back in the day. This is when Toxic Shock just joined. You know, so he didn't actually, no one knew he was like super duper abusive and stuff like that then. But Bike Rush kept saying, no, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Make your own website. And I'm like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I did study web design, which was kind of ironic, but I didn't want to make my own website. And anyway, Bike's like, no, make your own. And eventually I'm like, fuck it, I'll make my own. And it's just as well, because otherwise it would have been a disaster. The day I launched Kane's Wrath Online, which was my website, which is still going, but it needs to have its plan updated because I think it's disabled at the moment. The day it launched was the day I was banned from game replays, and they try to justify it like 3 different ways, and every single one was a lie, so they kept changing their minds. But it was obvious because I'd created this website to host another tournament, and they were based like, this cannot be allowed. They went into full like conquest mode at that point in time. But it's interesting because a few days before this happened, a few days before the site launched and I got banned, I was actually in a game replays tournament, and it was interesting because I won that tournament as well. And so I won a game replays tournament, and then like 1 or 2 days later I'm permanently banned off game replays in their tournaments. I was sitting there, I was just like, what are you doing? And then Toxic was like, yeah. And they kept saying, oh, competing website, but I'm like, you've got shit on here from like EA Ladder Wars and EA Ladder Seasons and Conquer Cup and all other kinds of crap and cyber games that's not part of your establishment. And they're just like, they're just like, forget about that, It was just a piss poor justification. Anyway, I'm sort of rambling a bit here. This event is a joke. Oh, what's going on in the stream chat, guys? If you're gonna sledge each other, go sledge each other somewhere else. Yeah, or back in 2013, Phantom wasn't there, or he wasn't part of the team. But yeah, Phantom's just garbage. He used to say I put so much effort in. He didn't put any effort in. The biggest problem with CGF it's not that, it's just that he just doesn't listen. He won't ever do anything other than what he wants to do, which is predominantly wrong, and I just can't talk to him anymore. He doesn't get it. He's so far gone. I mean, I used to host tournaments and play in them at the same time. That's how good they were. Like, I didn't even have to sit around or anything. I used to work pretty close with Cabal. He was my right-hand man for quite a while. He used to sit and babysit the tournament while I played, and I used to come back between games and check, and he'd be like, yeah, cool, got this going. So you always 100% need someone in the lobby that's monitoring who's in the lobby, and it's like, what are you doing? Why are you sitting here? You've got an opponent you need to play, and then hustle. I'm pretty sure, yeah, their opponents have gone. Let's see if maybe we can get this loser bracket game, because I think these guys are supposed to be playing. Oh, his opponent, his mate's gone as well. Wow. Wow. No, he's right there. Yeah, this is pretty much stalled. This is going to be the end of the stream shortly, guys. CGF's being difficult already. That's the thing. It's like, do I use his hosting system? Because he's already saying, nah, I can't touch it and I can't have this or that. I'm like, these are already mistakes that you're setting up. I might have to host off-site. There's nothing to cast, White Trash. There's no games running. Nothing's happening. Everyone's just sitting around. It's done. I might even delete this stream because there's no point having this on my channel. It's just a garbage event that it goes nowhere. I can't find our opponent in this tournament in a nutshell. It's so late. It's almost 2 AM, so I'm not fucking playing 1v1. I'm tired as hell. I just get frustrated and I get angry. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I still don't get why I'm not an admin for tournaments anyway. Why can't I modify this? Like, it just kills me. There is an edit button for me. That's in code. Oh my god. Surely he's got a better... Surely he has a better way to do it than that. I do have access to edit brackets, but it's just code. It's just a big freaking massive long thing that goes on forever of code. He can't possibly, that's not possibly what they're using. That would take ages to go through that. A lot of people still watching this stream. I have nothing to offer. I should just go to bed. I should just tap it out. I just feel bad leaving so many people hanging in such a crappy tournament. After waiting 4 hours for only one game, it's straight to semi-finals. So the basically, it looks like it's official now. The tournament has been abandoned by predominantly all the remaining players. So that's gonna be it. Oh, it's early. Is it late or is it early? I don't know, 2 AM, that's early. Anyway, thanks for tuning in, I guess. I'm sorry I don't have more for you. What I will do, if you're still in the stream, look, I'm going to consider hosting my own event. And I'll put something out there for donations. I'll make a video. And if you want to donate, you can, but I'll wait till I actually have something in the works. But yeah, I think this is really motivating. It's just give me a kick in the pants, maybe. Yeah, just make my own tournament. But yeah, I'm not going to keep the stream going any longer, guys. I'm sorry, that's really it. That's pretty much the end of it. Go to bed if you're in a bad time zone like me. But yeah, that's CharlesMod. Crappy mod for a crappy tournament. Hope you enjoyed what little gameplay we saw. My name is Green Zero. I'm just going to leave it there. Have a good night, have a good day, wherever you are. Go watch the Olympics. I'll catch you all next time.